and a warm welcome to everyone. You are watching CNN. I am Paula Newton in New York with the latest on the war in Ukraine. And we begin in Russia with a fire at an oil depot. Fuel tanks are ablaze there at a facility in Bryansk at this hour. You may recall an alleged strike by Ukrainian helicopters inside Russia earlier this month. We are awaiting more information on that. Meantime, in Ukraine overnight, missile strikes in the west and center of the country. Officials say 5 railway stations were hit, all within an hour of each other, and unfortunately, there are casualties. Meantime, in Mariupol, Russia says it has offered a ceasefire to allow people to leave the city's Azovstal steel plant, and it is in fact the last holdout for Ukrainian forces where hundreds are sheltering, and that includes civilians. They say the civilians, though, can leave in, quote, any direction they choose. I will point out that the latest at CNN is that Ukrainian officials are already rejecting that offer and say no corridor has been agreed upon. Now, meantime, U.S. diplomats are to return to Ukraine for the first time since Vladimir Putin launched his war. It follows a high-stakes visit by the U.S. Secretary of State and the Defense Secretary with Ukraine's President Zelensky in Kyiv. Listen.
We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. So it has already lost a lot of military capability and a lot of its troops, quite frankly. And we want to see them not have the capability to very quickly reproduce that capability.
U.S. Secretary of Defense there. We are joined by Scott McLean, who's in Lviv for us with the latest. And Scott, a lot to get to on the military situation on the ground. What can you tell us, though, about these missile strikes that have now occurred more in the West, which, again, seems to keep everyone on their toes there where you are?
And it's especially interesting given the timing here, Paula, that U.S. Secretary of State, the U.S. Defense Secretary had just left Kyiv via Lviv to Poland via train when you had these missile strikes on these railway infrastructure sites. The head of the railway said that there were 5 different sites that were targeted in central and in western Ukraine. It was early this morning. The sirens began wailing in Lviv. You could hear them in the city. And then we got word that about what had been hit. The governor put out some video shortly after showing heavy smoke from one area near a railway station. He says that those rockets were fired from a plane from the southeastern part of the country. Now, we went out to that area and we were a little bit limited in what we were able to shoot. But what we did see, though, is what police and what the military were saying were remnants of Russian rockets. Twisted pieces of charred and partially melted metal that were scattered all around the landscape. We did not see any damage to rail infrastructure, though this was very close to the tracks. Some were mere meters from the tracks, but again, there was another part that was damaged. The main part, they were saying that they were not letting us see in that area. And so the Ukrainian rail chief says that the Russians, they are systematically trying to destroy Ukraine's rail infrastructure, something that is a real lifeline, not only for the military in a time of war, but also for civilians in trying to get out of the country, Paula.
Yes, Scott, and I know you've been following that firsthand. You saw up close what those rail lines mean to so many different logistical operations on the ground now in Ukraine. I want to get to what now seems to be little hope for a humanitarian corridor in Mariupol. Okay, so Russia is saying that, look, people can leave in any direction they want to, but I will note we're already reporting here at CNN that the Ukrainian deputy prime minister is saying that, look, there is no deal here. It's going to go the way it has always gone. They promise one, but then they can't guarantee the safety of civilians.
Exactly. So it's important to remember that these humanitarian corridors have to be, well, for them to work, they have to be agreed upon by both sides. It's not good enough for one side to unilaterally declare that there's going to be a humanitarian corridor, which it seems like Russia has done in this case in offering this ceasefire. They detailed their proposal even down to what the Ukrainians should do in terms of radio chatter, saying that if they agree to this offer for this ceasefire to allow civilians to get out, that they should raise a white flag on that plant. And then, as you say, they would be allowed to leave in any direction they choose. But the Ukrainians say that they've heard this before, and they simply do not trust that the Russians will say what they've promised to do. Just on Saturday, Ukraine has accused Russia of tricking about 200 people in Mariupol into going into Russian-held territory. These are people who boarded buses thinking they were going to Zaporizhia, which is in Ukrainian-held territory. They actually ended up in areas controlled by the Russians, and we know that many more people have ended up inadvertently in Russia itself, actually, as well, and then had to try to make their way back to Europe. And so at this point, there is no humanitarian corridor that has been agreed. The Ukrainians say that they want a representative from the Red Cross, which is acting as a neutral go-between between these two parties on the ground, and the United Nations. If they can get representatives from those two organizations on the ground to guarantee safe passage, then they can go along with this humanitarian corridor. But until then, it's no deal, which is not good for the civilians who are sheltering inside that plant and running out of food very quickly, Paula.
Yeah, absolutely desperate situation. And I will point out the Red Cross has tried, unfortunately, and failed before. Scott McLean, really appreciate the update for us there on the ground. Now, civilians in Ukraine's second largest city, meantime, Kharkiv, have endured almost non-stop bombardment from Russian forces for weeks now. The extent of the damage there and the number of people who have lost their lives still unknown. Kharkiv, which is located just outside the Donbas region and mere miles, we should note, from the Russian border. Of course, it remains a key strategic target for Moscow as the battle for eastern Ukraine intensifies. Clarissa Ward is at the city's badly damaged regional state administration building.
I want to take you around so you can get a feel for the full scale of the damage that was done here when two massive missiles landed in and around this building last month. You can see just out what's left of the window there. That is Freedom Square. And this city has been getting pulverized day in, day out. Just today, we have heard a pretty much constant stream of bombardment since about 4:30 in the morning. Often it goes on all night. And the mayor here says that 25% of the buildings in this city have been hit during strikes. 25%. Just try to get your head around the enormity of that figure. 67 schools have been hit. Look at this. This was once a palatial grand staircase, now completely destroyed. According to authorities, only 10 people were killed here, which is extraordinary, although I've just been talking with one of the soldiers who's in charge of looking after this space, and he says they believe there are many more dead under the rubble. I'm going to show you what some of that rubble looks like over here. People were rescued as well. But going back to those statistics that the mayor gave us, 67 schools, 54 kindergartens, 16 hospitals. That's just here in the city of Kharkiv. You can see the defenses that they had tried to implement to protect themselves from attack. But obviously, sandbags, no match for this. I don't know if you could hear that as well, some bombardment again in the distance. And you can see outside the scale of the devastation. Cars completely scorched. There's actually an office over there to the side that we can't get into easily from this point, which we saw yesterday, where an entire car has literally been thrown into an office by the force of that blast. And what people here fear in this city is that Kharkiv could be the next Mariupol because of the amount of bombardment and the real intensification that we've seen of that bombardment, especially in the last week. Now, I just want cameraman Scotty McWhinney and producer Brent Swales to be a little careful here, but I do want to show you this because it gives you a real feeling for just the enormity of that blast. I mean, absolutely astonishing. It literally took out 6 stories, and that's why, as you can probably imagine, we're hearing from authorities here that they do believe some people are still trapped under that rubble, but that it is just simply impossible for them at this stage, with bombardment continuing day in and day out in this city, for them to try to dig down underneath that and get a sense of just how many people may have lost their lives here. One more thing I think that's important to contextualize in terms of what I was saying about how people here fear that this could be the next Mariupol. Kharkiv is 30 miles away from Russia. It's in the northeast of the country. It's the second largest city. And Russian troops essentially have been launching this three-pronged offensive in the Donbass region, pushing down from the north, up from the south, and in from the east. Ukrainian forces have also been launching a series of counteroffensives, particularly around the strategic town of Izium. So Kharkiv is very close to a lot of the action. There are a lot of important supply routes for the Russians to get more ammunition and weaponry to places like Izium. And that's why it's strategically important, not to mention, of course, the symbolic value. And you can imagine the symbolism of this building. You talk to the locals. This was a place people came to pose for photographs. This was a place you would dress nicely to visit. And now, this is what's left of it.
And our thanks to Clarissa Ward. They're giving us an absolutely devastating look of what's left there in Freedom Square in Kharkiv. Now, meantime, the highest level U.S. officials to visit Ukraine since its invasion say Russia's efforts to take away its independence have failed. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met Ukraine's president earlier to affirm America's support for Kyiv. Our White House correspondent John Harwood is with us now, and I know you've been following this all weekend, John. It took some time, but we do finally have some news about what happened during this meeting. So, okay, U.S. diplomats say that, look, those diplomats, some of them will return to Ukraine. But if you could also give us some insight as to what we had heard Lloyd Austin say earlier, that the U.S. and its allies want to make sure that Russia militarily remains weakened. Okay, what more is the Biden administration thinking of doing to make sure that they do remain that way?
Well, Paul, the longer this conflict goes on, 2 months in now, the more pressure there is for the United States and NATO allies to assist Ukraine in holding off this Russian invasion. Now that they have settled into this long, grinding conflict in the east, in the Donbass region, you see the United States continually upping the ante on assistance. Every week now, we're seeing more economic assistance, another several hundreds of millions of dollars worth of military equipment, heavier with each new delivery. Now, over the weekend, we saw Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken showing commitment by visiting Kyiv and meeting with Vladimir Zelensky. We have the appointment of a new ambassador, Bridget Brink, who is a veteran career foreign service officer. Diplomats are going to be returning to Lviv in the initial phase. And so you also had an upgrade of the rhetoric from Secretary Austin talking, as you mentioned, about trying to weaken Russia over the long term, prevent them from being able to launch such an invasion of another country in the future, talking about winning the conflict, which is somewhat different from trying to bring the conflict to an end. And so the United States is going to continue turning up the dial with the limitation of the fact that both the United States and NATO have said we are not putting boots on the ground. We're not getting into a direct confrontation with Russia, but that simply means they've got to provide more and more assistance to help the Ukrainians defend themselves.
You know, John, at issue has always been what that assistance will look like. Do you get the feeling that through this visit, Ukraine learned that the U.S. is moving the dial on that ever so slightly?
Yes, I do think they are, and we've seen that in the last couple of weeks. The attack helicopters, for example, the anti-ship weapons which were provided a couple of weeks ago, more and more heavy weaponry that allows the Ukrainians to stand off with Russia in this land conflict that we're shifting toward in the eastern part of the country.
Okay, John Harwood there for us at the White House. We'll wait to see more developments out of there today. Appreciate it in the meantime. Now, world leaders are congratulating Emmanuel Macron after he became the first French president in 2 decades now to win re-election. It was, in fact, a resounding victory for Mr. Macron, who got almost 60% of the vote over his far-right rival, Marine Le Pen, though we have to state voter turnout was the lowest it's been in years. Jim Bitterman is in Paris. You've been following this as well for weeks. And Jim, given your long record of observing, French politics, Macron was conciliatory, right, in his speech. But how do you think his second term will be different from his first, especially since many voters still seem committed to Le Pen's far-right policies?
Well, that's going to be his big challenge, because Mrs. Le Pen actually has said that she is going to work against him, that basically she threw down the gauntlet last night in her speech. It wasn't conciliatory at all. She didn't say she was going to reach out to Mr. Macron at all, and she didn't even congratulate him on his victory. He, in the meantime, in his speech, basically said that, he was reaching out with an olive branch to the opposition, saying that he was going to be much more attuned to the interests of the French people. He said during the debate that he was going to become the president of the concerns of daily life, meaning cost of living, high fuel prices, and the rest of that. So I can think you'll see him at least at the beginning, be a little bit more sensitive to that. He's got to get past the legislative elections, so that's one reason. But the other reason is I think that they see that as one of the mistakes that they've made at the beginning. Another thing I think you might see is that you might see a trip to the Ukraine. You mentioned the world leaders that congratulated him. One was Volodymyr Zelensky, who repeated an offer to invite him to the Ukraine, so you might see him traveling there. And I just think it's going to be a term of, it is a learning experience, after all, being a president. And he was never elected to any elective office before becoming president. So this whole thing for him as a young man is interesting. And his age is going to come into play here, too. He's gotten elected to a second term at age 44. He's still got a lot of life and a lot of politicking in him in the coming years, Paula.
Yeah, and to see if he can actually learn from mistakes, which I'm sure even he would admit there were several key ones in the last 5 years. Jim Bitterman, thank you for us live from Paris. Straight ahead for us, concerns of more COVID lockdowns are driving investors away from China. Its support for Russia during this war hasn't helped. I speak with the president of the Asia Society Policy Institute, the former Prime Minister of Australia, next. And welcome back. Twitter is reportedly poised to agree a sale with Elon Musk for about $43 billion. Its stock is up more than 4% in the pre-market. Meantime, U.S. stock futures lower after Friday's sell-off as concerns grow over rising COVID cases in China. The Dow futures falling, you can see it there, about 130 points for now. That was after the worst one-day loss since October 2020. Now, European stocks are also down, with the FTSE falling about 1.5%. Here's the big headline, though, for today. Asia. Shanghai shares sank more than 5%, the worst sell-off in more than 2 years. And the Hang Seng dropped nearly as much, 4%. Now, that sent oil prices tumbling as well, with Brent crude declining about 5% on those larger economic concerns. The world's second largest economy is becoming a less attractive place, meantime, for foreign investors to try and keep their money. Investors have been leaving China for a number of reasons, of course. There are growing geopolitical tensions, rising interest rates, and fears now rising about COVID cases. And that could force factories to close, putting more strain on global supply chains. The latest trigger, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. China has refused to condemn President Putin's war, but it also has not rushed to help Russia as it gets hit with unprecedented sanctions from the West, fearing it could get slapped with sanctions of its own. So could China's stance on the war change? Joining me now to discuss is former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. He is currently the president of the Asia Society Policy Institute. And it is really good to see you on what is a very busy day and a lot to get to. But before we get to China and Russia, I want to ask about China and COVID. I know you watch this so closely, and with fears that Beijing is now just the latest city in trouble, what's at stake if China's zero COVID policy collapses, and not just for China, but for the world economy?
I think there's two sets of factors we should bear in mind. Let's go to China domestically first. China's domestic economic growth rate has been slowing for some time for a range of other reasons, including an ideological shift towards the left in Xi Jinping's overall economic policy settings, more hostile to the private sector, more supportive of the state and enterprise sector, and a new agenda for what's called common prosperity, that is, less income inequality. But on top of that, of course, you've had the geopolitics you just mentioned in your introduction, and some, as it were, exit of foreign capital from China because of geopolitical concerns. But now you've got this COVID factor, which is now raging around the country. And because of Xi Jinping's zero tolerance strategy for dealing with COVID, this is putting further lead in the saddlebags of China's domestic economic growth, big time. You've just mentioned Beijing. But beyond that, it's not just that manufacturing in China may be affected by the COVID shutdowns. The bottom line is it's already affecting a number of manufacturing enterprises, both foreign and domestically owned, and that is already impacting, again, supply chains. So supply chain impact and therefore its inflationary effect, plus, on top of that, a slowing in China's own growth rate, which of itself is globally important.
Yeah, and as you said, globally significant on so many levels. I want to talk more broadly now. We've been hearing that buzzword for months, decoupling, right? It's been on everyone's lips. But are we actually seeing that now? And if so, what do you think all of that will look like in the months to come?
Well, decoupling is a many-varied beast. And when we talk about it, we need to be very clear about our terms. In terms of trade right now, say between the United States and China, not much decoupling is actually occurring. The trading relationship is holding up. There are frictions within it, and of course there are tariffs implied in both directions, but the trade volumes have not collapsed. If you go to capital markets, foreign direct investment, yes, some decoupling has occurred, inbound in both directions. Portfolio investment, yes, some withdrawal has occurred. But in terms of the overall mix of the two countries' capital markets, I've got to say the financial markets at present are not in the process of decoupling between the two systems. Technology, yes, there's some decoupling. And the reason I've gone through it in this way is simply to indicate it's a many varied beast. It's trending in the wrong direction. Beijing is ultimately aiming at national economic self-sufficiency, including technology. But I think we are a ways off before that actually produces the binary, bipolar world, or what some have described as the second Cold War. We're quite a ways off that in reality.
And just to put a fine point on that, do you think that's eventually where this is going, or do you think this is just a bump in the road for months or years?
Now, the trend line, I think, is pretty decisive. That is where it's headed. But there are still forces, both in Beijing and Washington, who recognize the danger in that going, as it were, in a full direction. And therefore, those who are cautioning against it in both capitals are very mindful of the level of mutual economic interdependence, which advantages growth in both countries. And, for example, even in technology and the future of the semiconductors trade, you've got so many American manufacturers of semiconductors whose entire R&D program hinges on their access to the Chinese domestic market. So, as I said, this is still uneven, but I'd be wrong to say that the trend line at present is decisively negative.
Right. Interesting. Now, China has been nearly agnostic, really, about Russia's invasion. What do you think geopolitically could change its stand on that?
China has been, to use your term, agnostic. In my language, de facto, as it were, sympathetic and somewhat supportive of Putin's action in Ukraine for some really deep underlying geopolitical reasons. China sees enormous advantages for itself in having a close level of strategic condominium with Moscow. In most of its history, China has not had a benign relationship with its vast northern neighbor. Now it does, and it wants to consolidate that further. Also, it helps China's strategic contest with the United States not to have to worry about its northern border with Russia. And also, Russia delivers to China the further advantage of providing strategic grief to the Americans in other theaters, like in Syria, like in Libya, and now, of course, in Ukraine. So for those sort of reasons, I think there's a little bit of misplaced analytical logic going into the idea that the Chinese are somehow bursting to get into the field and start brokering a deal in order to bring about peace in Ukraine. I do not see that happening.
And getting more to their strategic grief, as you say it, a lot of people have brought up the issue of Taiwan, of course. I want to get your insights into this new security deal that has been launched between China and the Solomon Islands. I mean, U.S. officials have say that poses a strategic risk to the Indo-Pacific. Just using that as a small piece of the puzzle, do you see China becoming more aggressive when it comes to Taiwan? And what could even possibly this new security arrangement mean?
Well, since Xi Jinping came to power back at the end of 2012, as of 2013, he made it very plain that he was about to change fundamentally Deng Xiaoping's historical approach to the assertion of Chinese foreign policy interests in the world. And at a critical internal conference in that year, he said, enough of this hiding and biding our time. We're about to go and assert our interests and our values in the region with our neighbors and in the world. And if you look back at the pattern over the last 7 or 8 years, it's basically followed that outline. So therefore, with Taiwan, and as I see it, in Xi Jinping's mind, there's now much more of the outline of a timetable for bringing Taiwan back. I'm not concerned about an imminent military action against Taiwan in the next year or so, but I am deeply concerned about the late 20s and early 30s. And as for the rest of the region, you mentioned just now the South Pacific and the Solomon Islands. What we see, whether it's in the South Pacific or in the Indian Ocean or even in the Red Sea, China, following this strategy of laying out a series of military and naval bases in countries around the world to give it the sort of global reach which it sees the United States as having through its system of allies and strategic partners around the world. This level of assertion will continue. In the case of the Solomons, then the Australian government, whoever wins the next election in Australia, will have a significant challenge on their hands to roll this back in partnership, of course, with the United States.
So interesting. Kevin Rudd, as you pointed out to us so many times, China is all about the long game, and they are certainly doing their best to solidify that going forward. Kevin Rudd, president of the Asia Society Policy Institute, I want to thank you for your insights today. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
Coming up for us, Behind the Front Line, how U.S. veterans are helping Ukraine in the battle against Russia by training Ukrainian soldiers. We'll have more details next. And let's bring you right up to date on our top stories this hour. A fire has reportedly broken out in an oil depot in western Russia. It happened in the same region where Ukrainian helicopters allegedly carried out strikes earlier this month. And it comes as Ukraine is accusing Russia of attacking 5 train stations, including one near Lviv. The head of the Ukrainian railway system says there have been, unfortunately, several casualties. Now in Mariupol, meantime, Russia says it has offered a ceasefire to allow people to leave a steel plant where many civilians are sheltering. Okay, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. believes Ukraine can, in fact, win this war with, quote, the right equipment and the right support. Meanwhile, some U.S. military veterans are stepping in to help train Ukrainian troops to fight that Russian army. One of them, Colonel Andy Milburn, a retired U.S. Marine who formed an organization called the Mozart Group. And he joins me now live in Ukraine. And I have to say, you've been on the ground with Ukrainian forces for weeks now. I'm going to put the direct question right to you. Can Ukraine win this battle against Russia? And if they do, from what you've seen on the ground, what more will it take?
Hey, Paula. First of all, good morning. I guess it is for you and for your listeners. Great pleasure to be on. So in direct answer to your question, the Ukraine not only can, but will win this fight. The question isn't so much whether it will or not. It's a question of how long and what the cost is going to be.
There's already been a great cost, right? We see it every hour, every day. You have seen it up close. So when we say, what will it take? You seem to have a lot of confidence. What have you been seeing on the ground when you're training these forces that tells you? Because right now, as you know, the Russian offensive in the east and to the south seems to be completely different than what they had tried in Kyiv and to its north earlier.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it that the Russians are advancing. We were just just behind the front line, southeast of Zaporizhzhia, a couple of days ago, and there is, there's been a mass exodus from the area that is immediately in the path of the Russians. There is, by every report from the Ukrainians, the guys that we're supporting, they are getting pushed back a few kilometers every day. The reason why I'm optimistic, though, is this, Paula. There is such national resolve here. I wish we in the United States could replicate this resolve. Putin has created a nation. Among all the horrible things that have happened here, he has created inadvertently something truly admirable and wonderful amidst all this savagery, and perhaps because of all this savagery. The Ukrainians are determined to win. Their morale and their cohesion, and those of your listeners who are veterans who have ever served the military will know how important those factors are. The morale and their cohesion, their belief in themselves and in each other and in their nation is absolutely, it's astonishing. It's not astonishing, it's just, it's superb. And you can imagine that for your listeners who live in the United States, it's very, very hard to think of a Red Dawn type scenario where you are literally fighting with your families behind you and your homeland, your villages, place where you grew up and lived, and you know that the invader who's coming towards you, if you give way, if you let him in, the women, children are going to be raped and murdered, and that's no exaggeration. You guys are seeing just the tip of the iceberg of what absolute savages the Russians are. That isn't me being over emotional. I have had 2 decades experience of war. I know, I know the depths of depravity that human beings can plummet to. I fought against the Islamic State, but I can tell you I would take any one of my previous adversaries over. I would prefer them over the Russians, just in terms of their moral safety net. They have none. They have none. And the Russian people who support them, the intercepts that we're picking up, they seem to feed the savagery. It isn't a case of isolated incidents. So my point is, the Ukrainians will fight to the death with a happy heart. It's our job and it's our group to ensure that they don't have to fight to the death. And that is, that occupies all of our attention, all of our efforts. And it's a huge task for us right now, because until this point, U.S. government has provided, weapons and logistics support. But as some of your previous stories point out, that very little of this stuff is reaching the front line. And, I just want to say, none of this is to do with anyone, bad actors, Ukrainians or Americans. Everyone wants to do the right thing. But things are breaking down. The supplies are going to units.
Right.
They're not in a prioritized way. Let me point that out. And that's just the way it's happening.
And yet, let me get to that. You're still so confident that they can win this. I don't have a lot of time left, but how is your organization helping them? How are you organizing the activities and the funding for this?
Yeah, well, funding, hopefully your listeners, and I'll post a link for that. We are not an NGO because we train people to defend their homes and their families. And so we're exempt from humanitarian status, right? I mean, it involves weapons training. But we're not only training. We have super qualified trainers, and we're being asked to put together training programs for brand new recruits, even in the Special Operations Forces, casualty replacements, like a 5-6 day plan. Now, again, those of you gone through military training know that 5 or 6 days it's a steep learning curve. It's a hard challenge to prepare these guys to go against the Russians in that time. Give me a second, Paula. We're also aiding, you mentioned evacuations from Mariupol. We are well positioned to assist with those evacuations. We're tied in with Ukrainian Special Operations Forces. We are all military professionals. We plan these things as a military operation. We're helping with casualty extractions from the front line, from their battalion aid stations to the nearest place where they can undergo trauma surgery, be stabilized, and evacuated further from Kiev. We're helping with the demining effort, massive task. All the demining NGOs left this country once the Russians invaded, and that's not our area of expertise. We're bringing in EOD techs who have volunteered, they're not getting paid, a highly dangerous job to train and prepare the Ukrainian EOD technicians to just render 126,000 kilometers of their homeland that are covered in cluster munitions and booby traps and mines, courtesy of the Russians, to help to clear.
Colonel Milburn, I have to leave it there. As you said, the to-do list is long, but we take your point that you believe the Ukrainian military force and the civilians are up to the task. Colonel Andy Milburn, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
But www.themozartgroup.com. Please, for your listeners, please go to our website. If you can contribute, that's how we survive, on donor funds. And I just ask that if you care about this cause, give what you can. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you. Now, the West is also looking to bolster support in Ukraine by working out what to do with the billions of dollars in assets seized as part of sanctions on Russia. Nick Robertson got a look at what some of those assets actually look like in a massive parking lot in Belgium, now the holding area for thousands of luxury cars.
Thousands of luxury vehicles not going to Russia. In this corner of the sprawling lot, 200 top-end Cadillac Escalades, street value in excess of $15 million. The spoils of sanctions literally piling up inside Belgium's megaport Zeebrugge, a new front line in Europe's economic war with Russia, pitting Belgian customs agents against Russia's sanctioned oligarchs.
We have been freezing over 200 billion euros of Russian assets. We have also other luxury goods that are being blocked. Momentarily, there are 2,500 containers being blocked for more investigations.
But who actually owns these seized valuables, and can they be sold for money to support Ukraine? It's fast becoming a pressing question, particularly in Europe, feeling the economic pinch of Russia's war. These vehicles aren't Russian-owned yet, but there is plenty of Russian wealth falling under Belgian government control.
There's already 2.7 billion Russian assets that were blocked, were frozen, and then also almost 200 billion transactions that were blocked.
And the goods that have been seized so far, what happens to them? Who owns them?
The transactions, of course, are blocked, and the assets itself are frozen, so they cannot be used anymore. It doesn't mean that they become that the government owns them.
And all these vehicles we're looking at, they all say destination Russia.
Yeah.
In Zeebrugge, shipping terminal boss Mark Adrianson is on the front lines enforcing sanctions. Any vehicle bound for Russia valued over $55,000 is impounded.
So for the moment we have 8,000 cars started. 8,000 already, yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, although we could get more.
A lot more. He says 120,000 vehicles bound for Russia a year transit his controls. Is already turning some away.
We are not there to store cars. We are there to handle cars and to do added value on cars.
Pressure on Adriansons and Belgium will grow. The war far from over and trade ties with Russia deep. In the third quarter of last year, Russia was the European Union's largest maritime trading partner, according to EU data. And 1/3 of all those goods coming through ports like this in Belgium and just up the coast in the Netherlands. It could all add up to potentially billions of dollars of goods that could be used to help Ukraine. But turning it into cash requires legal confiscation. Not an easy process. European parliamentarians are being warned by EU justice officials.
To get somebody's property confiscated, we need a crime. We are looking for legal solutions, money laundering, embezzlement, perhaps sanction circumvention.
Until then, seized goods and assets will age, while Ukraine's frontline fighters die for fresh weapons. Nick Robertson, CNN, Zeebrugge, Belgium.
Coming up for us, Beijing now on high alert. The Chinese capital racing to contain a new COVID outbreak just as the lockdown in Shanghai continues. We will have the latest in a live report. Welcome back. Well, you see the Dow there down nearly 280 points as global stocks tumble over China COVID fears. Shanghai reporting 51 additional deaths and almost 20,000 new cases, and concerns now growing over a possible lockdown in the capital now, Beijing. David Culver is live in Shanghai with the latest. I will note, David, you yourself still in lockdown. Certainly what's going on in Beijing unnerving for markets. But more importantly, this is a critical test for the so-called zero COVID policy. Do you think we will be seeing a change in that policy?
The only change is consistency, so it seems right now, Paula. They're standing by it, they're doubling down, and there is this determination here to contain the virus, and that's even leading to really disturbing videos that have started to circulate on social media right here in Shanghai. I can show you some of them. I mean, you're seeing installation of steel fences right now. That's happening inside, Paula, residential compounds, and they're being put up so as to prevent people in buildings with reported positive cases from getting out, essentially caging people in. A lot of people are raising the obvious concerns about fire hazards. Now, in other communities like mine here, we've got just a paper seal on the door, and there's now a community COVID guard on duty 24/7 just to make sure we don't wander out of our homes without permission. On the public streets, workers are putting up barricades as well. They're keeping people from traveling outside of Shanghai to other districts. This latest Omicron-fueled surge, it's got the city now reporting more than 500,000 cases since the start of this outbreak, which was back in early March. And Paula, as you mentioned, there's now growing concern outside of Shanghai, especially in the crown jewel, the capital city, Beijing. Only double-digit case numbers so far being reported there, but it's concerning enough for one of the capital city's largest districts to now require 3 million of its residents to get 3 rounds of PCR tests this week. They already had the first today. Authorities have locked down dozens of residential compounds across 8 districts in Beijing. And residents there are dealing with what we're dealing with here, and that is banned from leaving their doors or their complexes. Now, following the horror stories of Shanghai and the challenges to get food, something we've been reporting on extensively, Beijing officials are trying to reassure the public that the city has enough supplies to carry through. But that does not stop the panic buying from taking place, and our colleagues in Beijing have been seeing that in recent days. Many fearing that that city will go into a citywide lockdown like Shanghai. The news causing global stocks and oil prices to fall. Shanghai's composite index had its worst day, Paula, since February 3rd, 2020. That was when the initial coronavirus outbreak took place outside of Wuhan and continued on to really rock the nation's stock market. So this lockdown in Shanghai, though, it's already caused factories to suspend production. Shipping delays have worsened. In turn, that's adding more strain to global supply chains. And all of this, back to your first question, as officials are standing by that zero COVID strategy.
Yeah, and quite concerning for everyone, as you said, when you start to see those chain link fences go up. David Culver, again, in lockdown.
Right.
Day 41, right, David? In lockdown, you told us? Yeah, in
That's
Shanghai.
right. But who's counting? Oh, I am.
Who's counting? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that perspective as you are living it
Thanks.
every hour. Appreciate it. Now, after the break, ahead for us, Elon Musk's goal to unlock Twitter's potential. Could that actually happen? It might happen sooner than you think. We will bring you the latest right after a quick break. All right, let's get you caught up on the markets. U.S. markets opened slightly lower this morning. This after the S&P fell for its third straight day last week. As you can see, markets stabilizing a bit, the Dow down about 200 points. In Asia, meantime, rising fears of a COVID lockdown in Beijing causing that major sell-off Monday. Look at those numbers. Shanghai sank more than 5%. Its worst day in more than 2 years. The Hang Seng nearly 4%. Meantime, Twitter shares rising this morning on reports it could reach a deal with Elon Musk as soon as today. Any hour now. We were keeping an eye on it. You see there, the stock price up better than 3%. Claire Sebastian has been following all of it. So I'll call it the TikTok of it, but not exactly. It was an eventful weekend, right, Claire? Of course, it unfolded on Twitter. Where else? Why this turnaround? Because if you remember, just last week, this did not seem like it was going to be a done deal at all.
Yeah, this is a major turnaround, Paula. We know, according to a source familiar with the matter, that Twitter's 11-member board convened on Sunday to have a serious discussion about Musk's bid. That comes after they actually instituted a poison pill, a sort of legislative method to try to deter him from taking over the company. Now it seems they're having serious discussions. There are a number of reasons. One is an SEC filing that Musk put out last week, where he said that he actually had this is a loaded term with Elon Musk, but he had the funding secured for this bid. It comes from a variety of sources, among them Morgan Stanley, other lenders, an equity raise from his own holdings. But he has a serious, credible method of securing the funding for this, what could be a $43 billion bid for Twitter. He also said in that filing that if that offer wasn't accepted, he would then go to a tender offer, so offer to buy out all individual shareholders. That potentially could have been seen as a threat by the board. The other thing is that perhaps the poison pill is working, that it has sort of made it more attractive to Musk to work with the board rather than against them. And there have been reports as well, Paula, of some behind-the-scenes lobbying. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Elon Musk actually sort of met virtually with some shareholders of Twitter to try to sort of win them over to his bid, to convince them that his was the right method. As of now, though, we don't expect him to change the price. $54.20 is the price that he's offered. He doesn't seem to want to move on that. But Twitter shares this morning are edging closer to that point. Meanwhile, though, Tesla's shares are lower today. There are concerns that he's, borrowing against those shares as collateral as part of the funding for this bid, and that he might even have to sell some of his shares in Tesla in order to finance that equity funding that's part of the bid. So an interesting moment. Perhaps we might get news today, but we watch to see.
Claire, I've only got about 30 seconds left, but is there any indication, if he gets this, what his first order of business might be with Twitter?
He said, Paula, he wants to take the company private. That's the first thing. He said he wants to make the algorithm open source. That may not affect users of Twitter that much, but he wants to be more transparent and a sort of lighter touch when it comes to content moderation. He says if there's a gray area, let the tweet exist. So that is something to watch going forward.
Claire Sebastian, so good to see you and so good to have you on this story. I want to thank you. That's it for our show today. Stay with CNN. Connect the World with Becky Anderson is up next.
Russia has sought as its principal aim to totally subjugate Ukraine, to take away its sovereignty, to take away its independence. That has failed.
America's top diplomat gives a blunt assessment of Russia's war so far and offers more help to Ukraine.
Kharkiv is very close to a lot of the action. There are a lot of important supply routes for the Russians to get more ammunition and weaponry to places like Izium.
As Russian forces continue to target civilian infrastructure, CNN's Clarissa Ward reports from Kharkiv.
We have so much to do, and the war in Ukraine is a reminder that we are going through tragic times when France must speak out, show the clarity of its choices, and build its strength in all areas, and we will do so.
French President Emmanuel Macron wins re-election and promises to continue his diplomatic efforts to help put an end to the war in Ukraine. We have a live report from Paris. Hello, I'm Eleni Jakas in Abu Dhabi. Welcome to Connect the World. This hour, much more on the re-election of French President Emmanuel Macron. First, though, the U.S. starts to re-establish its diplomatic presence in Ukraine. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky Sunday in Kyiv, the first such visit to Ukraine by top American diplomats since the start of Russia's invasion. And Blinken says more diplomats will arrive this week. He offered a blunt assessment of Vladimir Putin's war so far, saying the Russian president's forces have failed to rob Ukraine of its independence. Now, both Blinken and Austin say, despite all the pain and suffering Ukrainians have endured, this is a war their country can win.
We don't know how the rest of this war will unfold, but we do know that a sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin's on the scene. And our support for Ukraine going forward will continue. It will continue until we see final success.
In terms of their ability to win, the first step in winning is believing that you can win. And so they believe that we can win. We believe that they can win if they have the right equipment, the right support. And we're going to do everything we can, continue to do everything we can.
Well, war assessments aside, Russia is expanding its attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure. An official says Russia hit 5 train stations today in central and western Ukraine. This video said to show the aftermath of one of those attacks. In the south, Ukraine's top human rights official says the Kherson region is on the verge of a humanitarian catastrophe. Villages there are being shelled, and a regional military chief warns Russian troops may be preparing to launch a fresh offensive northward from occupied Kherson. My colleague Brianna Keeler spoke to the mayor of Kherson a short time ago about what expected offensive. Take a listen.
I am seeing in the last 3 days that there is a lot of troop movement in the city of Kherson. The Russian troops are changing their deployment and the deployment of their checkpoints. And there's also been quite an increase in troops, and also there's been quite a lot of daily and nightly movement of artillery and troops.
The Kremlin is reportedly threatening a referendum to turn Kherson into an independent republic. What do you expect is going to happen, and are people trying to get out because of this?
We must understand that Kherson has been occupied for 54 days, and at the moment there is no safe passage from Kherson. There are no humanitarian corridors. People are organizing their own evacuation. They're trying to organize mini groups via the Telegram channel, and they're organizing evacuation towards Kryvyi Rih, Melitopol, Mykolaiv, and then on into Zaporizhzhia and Dnipro, and that's by their own cars and their own groups. But at the moment, there is no organized evacuation from Kherson. There is no safe passage. There are no humanitarian corridors.
The mayor went on to say that any Russian referendum to change who runs the Kherson region would be illegal under the Geneva Convention. CNN's Scott McLean is in Lviv reporting on an attack on a train substation, parts of what Ukrainian Railways calls Russia's plan to systematically destroy railway infrastructure. Scott, and the reality here is these are key logistical routes to get people out, to get goods in and out. Can you give us an idea of the extent of damage here?
Sure. So the head of the Ukrainian Railways said that there were 5 sites that were hit in central and western Ukraine. The timing of this, of course, is very interesting because U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin left Ukraine via train in the early hours this morning. And it was just a few hours later that the air raid sirens went off here in the Lviv region. We heard them. And then we heard about the strikes against these train infrastructure sites. Again, 5 of them scattered throughout the country. The railway says they were all within 1 hour of each other. So we went out to one of those sites about an hour east of Lviv, the city of Lviv. It was in a very small town, I shouldn't even say inside, just outside of a very small town in an area where there was sort of a train junction. Now, you saw that video that you played earlier showing that heavy smoke billowing. It is not clear at this stage of the game what exactly was hit. We weren't allowed to go to that exact site on the ground, but what we were able to see from our vantage point was scattered all around the landscape were remnants of what the police and the military told us were Russian rockets. Charred bits of metal, twisted, partially melted in many different places with Russian Cyrillic writing on them. Now, what they did not find, they say, at that site is a very large crater, so they think that that rocket was shot down by the Ukrainian anti-aircraft system or the Ukrainian air defense system. It's possible that there was more than one strike, but we don't know at this stage of the game. I spoke to one woman in that area who was actually working at a train office right next to the tracks. She said about 15 minutes after she sat down at her desk, she heard the missile go overhead. She said it was so loud, it shook the windows. She thought, she wasn't sure if she was going to survive, and she thought, given where she is, not in a major city, not near any military installation, she was frankly shocked that there would be a strike anywhere near where she was working. Eleni?
All right, Scott McLean, thank you very much for that update. Appreciate it. I want to take you now to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, where top U.S. officials met in person with Ukraine's president. CNN's Matt Rivers is standing by live. Matt, and it's interesting to hear Scott's reporting that as soon as it became public news that there were U.S. diplomats, that is where we saw attacks hitting places like Lviv. But this was such an important meeting and, of course, kept under wraps until the very last minute.
Yeah, no question. I mean, we don't know exactly whether the Russians would have gone ahead with a missile attack like this, regardless of whether there were U.S. officials here or not. The message, though, clearly not lost on the Kremlin. The idea that this meeting's become public, even though it was kind of an open secret that they were happening here, and then they launched these missiles. As for the meeting itself, Ukrainian officials thanking the senior-level U.S. delegation coming here, committing to more heavy weaponry being sent here to Ukraine, with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying that he believes that Ukraine can win this war, this as there was no respite from Russian shelling on Orthodox Easter Sunday.
Orthodox Easter Sunday in a country at war, a holiday defined by its celebration of life, this year shrouded by death.
Our people live in the time of war, under bombing and shelling, with tears, grief, and sorrow, but we need rays of hope.
Some of those rays are ways to fight back, at least if President Zelensky gets his way, telling reporters that getting more and more heavy weapons from the U.S. would be a top issue at a meeting with U.S. Secretaries of State and Defense Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin. This as Russian shells rained down across the country over the weekend. including in Odessa. Here, a video of what Ukraine called a Russian missile hitting an apartment building, killing 8, according to authorities, an infant and her mother among them. Inside that building, a camera captured the strike's horrific impact. And in the town of Horenka, northwest of Kyiv, there is utter destruction. Russian shells shattered homes and lives. There is nothing left here but pain and an eerie silence.
Ukraine is, of course, pushing for all of these new weapons to try and avoid other towns ending up like this one. So look here, this playground now littered with bullet holes, the remnants of Ukrainian fighting position to my left, and to my right, there's a sign warning of all the landmines that are now in this area. It's going to be a long time before children can use this playground once again.
The Secretaries of State and Defense are not the only U.S. officials interested in the future of Ukraine. We met up with 2 members of the U.S. Congress, Representatives Tim Walberg and Victoria Spartz, who toured the damage. Spartz, the first Ukrainian-born member of Congress.
Watching it breaks my heart, but I actually living through hell. But seeing it, it's important, and it's important for us to share this with the American people.
Ukrainian officials told us they repelled the Russian drive toward Kyiv right here back in March, a powerful sign of resistance against an unwanted invader. The 2 Republicans will head back to Washington soon with an urgent call to send whatever Ukraine needs, and fast.
They're brave. They're committed. Just put something in their hand that matches the efforts here, and they could win it.
And Eleni, one announcement that came out of that meeting with the Secretary of State Antony Blinken announcing that the U.S. will return diplomats here to Kyiv in the coming weeks, a pretty clear message that the U.S. here to help the Ukrainians however they can.
All right, Matt Rivers, really good to see you. Thank you so much. Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv, is under heavy bombardment by Russian forces. The city's mayor says dozens of schools and hospitals have been targeted. CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, shows us what was left of an administrative building after it was decimated by Russian strikes.
I want to take you around so you can get a feel for the full scale of the damage that was done here when 2 massive missiles landed in and around this building last month. You can see just out what's left of the window there. That is Freedom Square. And this city has been getting pulverized day in, day out. Just today, we have heard a pretty much constant stream of bombardment since about 4:30 in the morning. Often it goes on all night. And the mayor here says that 25% of the buildings in this city have been hit during strikes. 25%. Just try to get your head around the enormity of that figure. 67 schools have been hit. Look at this. This was once a palatial grand staircase, now completely destroyed. According to authorities, only 10 people were killed here, which is extraordinary, although I've just been talking with one of the soldiers who's in charge of looking after this space, and he says they believe there are many more dead under the rubble. I'm going to show you what some of that rubble looks like over here. People were rescued as well. But going back to those statistics that the mayor gave us, 67 schools, 54 kindergartens, 16 hospitals. That's just here in the city of Kharkiv. You can see the defenses that they had tried to implement to protect themselves from attack. But obviously, sandbags, no match for this. I don't know if you could hear that as well, some bombardment again in the distance. And you can see outside the scale of the devastation. Cars completely scorched. There's actually an office over there to the side that we can't get into easily from this point, which we saw yesterday, where an entire car has literally been thrown into an office by the force of that blast. And what people here fear in this city is that Kharkiv could be the next Mariupol because of the amount of bombardment and the real intensification that we've seen of that bombardment, especially in the last week. Now, I just want cameraman Scotty McWhinney and producer Brent Swales to be a little careful here, but I do want to show you this because it gives you a real feeling for just the enormity of that blast. I mean, absolutely astonishing. It literally took out 6 stories.
All right, incredible reporting there by Clarissa Ward. Schools, kindergartens, logistical hubs, indiscriminate targeting that we're seeing across major cities in Ukraine. Now, this war is going to continue to be a crucial foreign policy issue for the French president. Ahead on the show, what Mr. Macron's re-election means for France and for Europe as a whole. Plus, we'll be speaking to the Danish foreign minister about the push for a 6th round of EU sanctions against Russia and Denmark's pledge to send more military aid to Ukraine. Stay with us. More now on the visit to Ukraine by the U.S. Secretaries of Defense and State. Antony Blinken praised Ukraine's president at their meeting in Kyiv. Blinken saying Vladimir Zelensky has displayed extraordinary courage, leadership and success. One sign of that, the return of an American diplomatic presence in Ukraine and the nomination of a new U.S. ambassador. Kylie Atwood joins us now live from the U.S. State Department. Clear commitment coming through from the U.S. What more do we know about this new ambassador? And also importantly, the fact that there's been a commitment for more U.S. diplomats to arrive in Ukraine this week.
Yeah, so the Secretary of State told his Ukrainian partners in that visit over the weekend that U.S. diplomats are going to start going back into the country this week. Now, this is, of course, the Biden administration doubling down on their commitment to support Ukraine. The Ukrainians have said they want U.S. diplomats and other diplomats from around the world to come back into the country. But what this isn't is the resumption of facilities of the operations at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv, which was closed down earlier this year when the Ukraine war was expected to break out. Now, it's clear that the Biden administration doesn't feel that the security situation on the ground is steady enough to send diplomats back into Kyiv. But what they're going to do is have these diplomats take day trips into Lviv. That's a city on the western side of Ukraine. And then, according to a senior State Department official, they will then start moving into other areas in the country and then eventually into Kyiv. We don't have a timeline for that, but it will probably be hinged on the security situation on the ground. And then the other thing, as you noted, is that Secretary Blinken told the Ukrainians that the Biden administration is going to nominate Bridget Brink, the current U.S. ambassador to Slovakia, to be the ambassador to Ukraine. Now, that is a position that has been vacant for more than a year now. Of course, there has been a serving U.S. diplomat, a top diplomat, a charge d'affaires in that post, but there hasn't been a U.S. ambassador that's been confirmed by the Senate. And so that is what the Biden administration is planning to do. President Biden put out a statement this morning saying that his intention is to nominate Bridget Brink.
All right, Kylie Atwood, thank you so much for that update. Denmark is among several European nations pushing for a six-sanction package against Russia. That's including oil and gas. The country is also pledging more military aid to Ukraine. Denmark's foreign minister saying, quote, Russia, with its brutal invasion of Ukraine, has created the biggest security crisis on European soil since World War II. It is absolutely crucial that Denmark stands with our allies in NATO to safeguard our common security and safety. And Denmark's Foreign Minister Jeppe Kofod joins us now live from Copenhagen. Minister, really good to have you with us. Thank you so very much. And, you know, just adding on to your comments already about this very important security crisis that is playing out, you are now embarking on the largest deployment of military that we've seen in decades out of Denmark. Could you give me an idea of, in terms of the manpower and equipment that you're deploying?
Yeah, first of all, it's good to be with you. Listen, what we have done is to commit and also delivered a huge number of military supply to Ukraine itself. I think per capita, we are among the nations that are providing the most, because it's very important that we help the Ukrainian to defend their own country and to also to make the cost for Russia, for the Russian aggression, as high as possible, also on the battlefield. So that's what we're doing, and we will continue to do that. We are also reinforcing our NATO contribution. We are sending almost 1,000 army people to Latvia and to the Baltic states to ensure that we have a credible deterrence from the NATO side, and Denmark contribute to that. So we are on all parameters very engaged in countering this aggression that we see from Russia, and Putin. Russia has to be stopped as soon as possible.
Yeah. Minister, you also have a referendum coming up that is going to hopefully overturn what you call the opt-out from EU defence policies. How is that going to change your contribution to NATO, and also in terms of your defences that you'll be contributing to the EU?
Well, part of that agreement we make bipartisan in Denmark is that we will increase our defence spending to 2% of GDP. So that's an annual increase of $2 to $3 billion US. And we want to be fully part of the common security and defense cooperation in the European Union, because we are in a situation after the Russian aggression against Ukraine that each and every country has to ask themselves, what do we do to stand up for our security and our values? And for Denmark, it means that we will have a referendum, and the government's recommendation to the Danish population is clear. We need to get rid of our opt-out on defense cooperation, because we need to strengthen the Western institutions, NATO, EU, to counter what we see of Russia of today.
You've also congratulated Emmanuel Macron on his second term, his win. How important is it for Denmark, is it for Europe, would you say, for leadership continuity at this time in France?
Well, first of all, congratulations to Macron. It's a historical result. We have to go 20 years back to see a French president being re-elected. And it is important that the unity and cooperation among European states, but also transatlantic, is strong, and we are united. We increasing also our sanctions against Russia. We're increasing our aid of weapons to Ukraine, and we also politically isolate Russia, confront Russia wherever we can, whether it's in the UN or other places. So having a leadership there in France is important, and we know Macron and the government, and they have been also with us standing united, confronting Russian aggression, and that is really, really good for Europe.
So, you know, you're talking about sanctions, and this is going to be quite important. You're talking about the sixth round of sanctions. You mentioned oil and gas. We know European countries are dragging their feet when it comes to gas because it just is an absolute vital commodity. You also rely on Russian gas, but you've made a pledge. You do have gas fields in the northern seas that you're able to tap into, and you're able to reignite those. But, you know, this is about a timeline that many say is just going to take far too long. In the meantime, Europeans are paying for Russian gas and oil. What kind of time frame are you looking at?
Well, on a very short time frame, we are doing contingency planning, so we are ready to deal with any situation with Russia. And we have to, in Europe, as soon as possible, to get out of our import and dependence on Russian gas, oil, coal. And the plan for that, we are working with our European partners with to ensure that to happen. Because, of course, we would not be part of supporting the Russian economy by buying their energy. So it is really, really crucial for Europe, and Denmark is in the forefront. We also have to invest heavily in renewables. We have abundant sea wind power in the North Sea also that we can harvest. It's true we are on the short term reopening some gas fields that were closed in order to secure that we will have gas, not Putin's gas, but gas from Europe. And we're also looking with our partners, the US and others, to have gas supplies to Europe so we can deal with any situation. So we are in a situation.
Minister, I want us to be realistic here. I want us to be realistic here because all of these, renewable energy projects, we're talking about 2030 being the timeline, or 2025, at the earliest, of trying to get more electricity capacity onto the grid. These are not going to happen tomorrow. Do we have to wait that long for Europe to not be reliant on oil and gas? Is there no other alternative, would you say?
No, we have to work as fast as possible, and you're right.
Yeah.
What we see in Europe is an asymmetric relation to import of Russian energy. Some countries are very exposed to that. So what we need is European solidarity. We need European cooperation so we can get out of this dependency on Russian gas as soon as possible. And Denmark is pushing for that. Also, if it's going to happen fast, because we think that all sanctions should be on the table, because we need to impose the cost to Russia as high as possible so we can stop the war in Ukraine, we can stop Putin's aggression, and Europe here has to stand up for that.
Okay, let's talk about the sixth round of sanctions. You're pushing for this. Give me a sense of what you want to see on the table right now. And do you think that it's going to help push Putin to the negotiating table, or is it going to further aggravate him?
Well, I mean, on every parameter, we have to make it as costly as possible for Putin and Russia so we can stop the war and the aggression against Ukraine. So sanctions is one element, and we are discussing the sixth package now. Everything is on the table from the Danish side. We are ready to the most far-reaching sanction that we can agree upon. Weapons supply to Ukraine, so we make it very costly on the battlefield for Russia. So the equation from Russia will change. And of course, also continuing global support to isolate Russia politically and also with our partners, not only in Europe and transatlantic, but also in the rest of the world. That is really what we have to do, and we need to scale up, we need to speed up that process so we can stop Putin.
Thank you very much, Minister. Great to have you on the show. Now, as a major NATO ally, the results of the French presidential election may heavily influence the group's reaction to the war in Ukraine. Ahead, the most pressing issues, domestic and foreign, for France's newly re-elected president. Plus, we'll take a look back at Mr. Macron's first term as president, how he is promising to govern differently this time around. Welcome back. I'm Eleni Jokos in Abu Dhabi, and you're watching Connect the World. Just hours after Emmanuel Macron was re-elected as the president of France, he and his allies are waging a new fight to secure a majority in parliament. Sunday's runoff election pitted Mr. Macron, considered a centrist, against far-right challenger Marine Le Pen. It's the second time the two of them have faced one another in a runoff. As a staunch supporter of the European Union, Mr. Macron's re-election has significance far beyond France's borders. Let's bring in our Paris correspondent, Melissa Bell, who's following this for us. It was a comfortable margin, but Marine Le Pen has historic numbers, and she, even though conceded defeat, said that this is a historic win for her. Now it's all about Parliament, isn't it?
Which is true. We've got those legislative elections coming up next month, Eleni. And more than that, as you suggest, that party that Marine Le Pen has so successfully brought into the French mainstream really did achieve a remarkable score, although she did not win. Just over 5 million votes divided her from President Macron. So while he may become the next French president, getting that second term that no other French president had achieved in 20 years, it is nonetheless remarkable what she's managed to do. Now, part of that is because she's sought over the course of the last few years to detoxify her party from the image it had under her father, Jean-Marie Le Pen, but more importantly, perhaps, Eleni, has fought a remarkably successful campaign, really tapping into that anger felt by so many people here in France. You'll remember the Yellow Vest protests of a couple of years ago, and fighting on a platform of trying to bring the cost of living down and give the French the means to make ends meet at the end of the month. One of the big questions is how Emmanuel Macron, a president so popular abroad, could have proven over the last few years as divisive as he has in France.
Young, bold, ambitious.
We are at the dawn of an extraordinary renaissance.
When Emmanuel Macron became the president of France in 2017, he promised a fresh direction for the country, pro-business and staunchly pro-European. Within months, he was mired in challenges that would dog his presidency. The first was one of his own making. Sparked by a tax on diesel that particularly affected poorer rural drivers, tens of thousands of French protesters took to the streets.
French people don't have the means to buy an electric vehicle, and if you want it, it's the straw that broke the camel's back.
The Yellow Vest movement became one of the most significant French protests in decades, although Macron eventually rode back on the diesel tax.
I will not give anything to those who want destruction and disorder, because the Republic is both public order and the free expression of opinions.
As protests faded, the unexpected struck: COVID-19.
Nous sommes en guerre.
We're at war, declared Macron, shutting down France in one of the strictest lockdowns in Europe.
So, first wave, people were really angry because of neglected and the need for full lockdown and the number of fatal cases.
Despite a slow rollout for European vaccines, Macron doubled down on vaccinations to get France out of lockdowns, mandating health passes to push people to get jabbed. Protests from a vocal minority erupted in response, even as demand for vaccines skyrocketed almost overnight. But it's been internationally where Macron has had some of his most important moments, all marked by his distinctive style.
He speaks his mind, he speaks loud, but you cannot use the same old diplomatic words. And he's done it quite often. It's blunt, it's disruptive, but then people listen.
There was his troubled bromance with Donald Trump.
We've had really a very good relationship, very special.
His push for a more united, sovereign Europe, free from a reliance on US geopolitical muscle. Then France's betrayal by the United States over submarines for Australia, one of the biggest setbacks to the centuries-old Paris-Washington relationship. And Macron's desperate push to avert and then end Europe's latest war. Looking ahead, Macron's been eyeing a controversial reform of France's generous pension system in a second term, massive industrial investment, as well as a European Union autonomous in energy, strategy and technology. It's perhaps little surprise that for France's youngest and perhaps most Eurocentric president, his most ambitious plans for the future lie with Europe.
Which is why, Eleni, there was an almost audible sigh of relief from France's European partners. Macron's next battle, though, those legislative elections next month.
Right, Melissa Bell in Paris, thank you so very much. Great to see you. We're going to a very short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. This week, we're launching our new series, Mission Ahead, to introduce you to the innovators tackling our world's biggest challenges by taking on big, bold missions in science. Today, we look at sleep. We all want more of it, of course, and CNN's Rachel Crane visits one tech startup that might finally have the answer.
Imagine being able to fall asleep anywhere you want, anytime you want. Ziv Perman says he can do both. But this 33-year-old has a PhD in neurocognitive science and has spent years studying how our brains work. He knows some of us aren't so lucky.
There are so many people that suffer from poor sleeping, and even more suffer from poor quality of sleep because of snoring partner or having a newborn that wake up every 3 hours.
I have both of those things.
Technology probably can't help me there, but what it can do is help you better understand sleep behaviors, how long you sleep, and how much you toss and turn. Beyond that, you'll probably need something more sophisticated than a store-bought tracker.
Today, there are amazing solutions for measuring sleep in wellness level. All kind of watches, mattresses, but when you would like to measure all the aspects of sleep, here you have a gap.
And Perman thinks this device could fill that gap. A Band-Aid-like sleep tracker fitted with dozens of tiny sensors. They pick up electrical activity in the body while you sleep, sending the data straight to a smart device. Data like muscle activity, eye movement, and even brain waves. The kind of information you normally only get at a clinic. This you can use at home, by yourself, for 1/10 of the cost of a professional sleep study, Perman says. The tracker is 10 years in the making, and the reason Perman co-founded his Israeli-based startup Xtrodes in 2020.
Even with growing interest in sleep, is medical-grade testing of your sleep still a relatively niche market?
We start to understand that sleep is a goldmine for understanding our health.
Better data could also help medical researchers, and not just ones who study sleep, Perman says.
We can identify both sleep disorders, but also sleep patterns that related to other disorders.
But for many of the new sleep gadgets on the market, accuracy remains hard to prove, say experts.
Because it is truly complex to determine the staging of sleep, the movement in and out of the various stages. So the best way for companies to do that would be to partner with scientists to make sure that their algorithms are scoring sleep correctly and are giving information back to their consumers that is accurate.
Pearman says his technology is currently being tested by independent researchers for validation. It still needs FDA approval, but if that goes well, this tracker could be on the market by 2023.
Part of our activity now is provide the system for all kinds of researchers to find new patterns during sleep.
In the long run, that could help us all snooze just a bit longer.
Fascinating. The real breakthrough, however, will be to get children to sleep through the night. Okay, so moving on. Novak Djokovic is still one of the most famous names in the world of tennis. A real superstar, though, he hasn't been shining too brightly as of late. His last game was in the Serbia Open final. Serbia is, of course, his home country, and the fans expected big things. And I will let World Sports' Amanda Davis tell you just what happened. Amanda, it is, of course, yeah.
Yeah, Eleni,
sad
it's
news
really,
for Novak.
It's not been the start of the year that he would have wanted at all. You know, of course, starting off in Australia and being sent home from the defence of his Australian Open crown because of his refusal to be vaccinated, and his amount of playing time is still being massively reduced because of that, because of the restrictions from him travelling around the world. He was welcomed with open arms, as you'd expect, at home in Belgrade. He made it to the final, which is progress to what we've seen from him on court so far this year. But he was beaten in 3 sets, really fell apart, ran out of steam in the deciding set, losing it 6-love to Andrei Rublev from Russia. So back to the drawing board for Novak Djokovic, and a tough task ahead heading into the French Open at Roland Garros.
Yeah. A painful loss. Well, thank you, Amanda. We'll be back with sports after the short break. Stay with us.
Hi, thanks for joining us. Welcome along to World Sport Live from London with me, Amanda Davis. The league titles may have been decided in France and Germany this weekend, but it looks set to go right down to the wire in the English Premier League, with neither Liverpool or Manchester City giving an inch. The Liverpool boss, Jurgen Klopp, described his side's run as insane as they made it 14 Premier League games unbeaten on Sunday, keeping up the pressure on their title rivals every step of the way. They stay a point behind after victory in the Merseyside derby over local rivals Everton. Liverpool dominated it over for Andy Robertson to head in, but they had to fight all the way for the 3 points against the relegation. 5 matches remaining. Champions Manchester City holding the slim 1-point advantage at the top over the Reds. Well, it's AC Milan back on top in Serie A after a late winner over Lazio, and a performance that head coach Stefano Pioli described his side afterwards as lions. It was all hands to the pump for them, having to fight back after conceding an early goal. But ultimately, their pressure did pay off. Substitute Zlatan Ibrahimovic setting up Sandro Tonali for the winner to give them the 3 points to take them back to the top, 2 points clear of Inter. But having played a game more. And there was double reason to celebrate for Max Verstappen at the weekend. Last year's Formula One world champion was named the 2022 Laureus Sportsman of the Year on Sunday in honour of claiming his first Drivers' Championship, beating seven-time world champion Lewis Hamilton to the title in Abu Dhabi in December. And that news was announced just hours after he bounced back from the disappointment in Australia to claim his second race win of this campaign at Imola. Verstappen described it afterwards as a perfect weekend, with the Red Bull boss Christian Horner describing it as one of the team's best ever results, with Verstappen's teammate Sergio Perez taking second as well. It was a win that saw Red Bull close the gap on Ferrari, and Verstappen closed the gap on the championship leader Charles Leclerc in the standings. Leclerc's teammate Carlos Sainz had another frustrating day, heading out of the race on the very first lap. And Leclerc, having sat third for most of the race, was made to pay for pushing too hard with 10 laps to go. He fell down to 9th, ultimately finished 6th. Verstappen, though, remaining in total control to convert his pole to the top of the podium and cut his rival's lead at the top of the standings from 45 points to 27, with 4 races of the season done.
It's always tough to achieve something like that, but already yesterday and the day before, you know, we were on it, and I think it was looking like a strong weekend. Today, you never know with the weather how competitive you're going to be, but I think as a team we did everything well, and I think this 1-2 is very deserved.
Well, for more, a little bit earlier on, I was joined by the Press Association's F1 correspondent, Phil Duncan, who was there watching on in Italy.
I think the start to his season was so difficult, really, in many ways, because he retired from the first race, retired at the third race, and he arrived at Imola, you know, a long way behind Leclerc. But what he managed to do was turn in one of his sort of, arguably his best weekends in terms of he put his Red Bull on pole, he won the sprint race, and then he won yesterday's race emphatically. And it wasn't easy conditions out there. It started wet, then was dry, but he managed to just keep his calm, keep his composure, and it's a really important win for him, gets him back in the championship race. And he's now only 27 points behind Leclerc, still a big gap, but he's definitely back in it, whereas heading into that weekend, he was a long way behind.
The unknown, I suppose, is the one thing Red Bull haven't had so far this season is reliability. How confident are you, do you think they are, that they've overcome those issues and it's not going to be back to where we were in the next race?
Yeah, I don't think they can be confident just yet. We only had 4 races and 2 of them they've retired from. But I think the win and the way that Max dominated the weekend will give them confidence going forward. Obviously, the reliability issues linger there. As we said, he's retired from 2 of 4 races, which is a pretty bad return. But yeah, I think the win, the way they dominated, the fact that it was a 1-2 for the team, their first in 6 years, really gives them hope and confidence that they can get this championship defence, or Max's championship defence, back on track.
And, you know, he now has the confidence. He's driving with the confidence of a world champion. On the flip side, it's been a long time since Ferrari have been leading the way. And this is kind of uncharted territory for Charles Leclerc, isn't it? How do you think he will react to that? You know, he has put his hands up and said, it was my mistake, I pushed too hard. But it will be interesting to see what happens next, won't it?
Yeah, I think, you know, that was his first big mistake. He enjoyed a really good start to the season, won 2 of the first 3 races, but that was the first signs of him really perhaps cracking under this title pressure. And, you know, it wasn't a great time to do it in front of the Tifosi, the first home race of the season for Ferrari. So it'll be really interesting to see how he bounces back from this. As I say, he enjoyed a strong start, but he was maybe a bit too greedy in trying to chase a position that he didn't need. He could have taken the points for third, and it wouldn't have been as great a difference in terms of the championship. So I think it's really important to see how he bounces back, because we don't know what he's going to be like in this pressure environment of fighting for a championship. Max has been there, Charles hasn't.
And that's the challenge for Ferrari at the moment, isn't it? They are so desperate to win, and the margins of success and failure are so small. It's how, as a team, they contain that.
Yeah, 15 years since they won the last Drivers' World Championship, which for a team like Ferrari, it's just, you know, not acceptable. Hasn't been easy for Carlos Sainz as well, spinning out on the first lap on Sunday and the previous race too in Australia. So I think, let's see how Leclerc gets on. But, a decent start, but yesterday was disappointing for him. A very disappointing weekend for Ferrari, really, that he only crossed the line in 6th and the other car didn't finish. So, yeah, let's see how they bounce back in Miami.
I can't let you go without a word on Lewis Hamilton. I mean, if it's a long time since we've had Ferrari leading the way, it's even longer since we've had Lewis Hamilton kind of writing his chances off so early in a campaign. Is he right to have done that, do you think?
I think he is, unfortunately for him. I mean, Mercedes are obviously struggling with that car. I mean, there's no doubt about that. They're such a long way behind, and it's something we're not accustomed to, given that they've dominated the sport for so many years. But it's also worrying, I think, for Hamilton to see how poorly he's been getting on. I mean, the weekend we've just had in Imola was, one of the worst of his career. Not only was did he finish 13th, but he was so far behind George Russell. This is a guy who we all think is going to be a future world champion and a very talented driver. But he finished 9 places behind him, 1 minute behind him, and they're driving the same car. And we're talking about Hamilton as a 7-time world champion here, the greatest there's ever been. We can't write Hamilton off yet, but you have to look at the front. The guy that won yesterday's race is 24. The guy that leads the World Championship in Charles Leclerc's 24. His teammate, George Russell, was 24. Hamilton's 38 next time around. So
that's brutal, Phil. That is really brutal. But Lewis loves the United States. He said to me a good few years ago, before Miami was on the calendar, he would love a race in Miami. If there's anywhere he would want to perform, it will be next time out. Yeah,
totally. I mean, he loves it in the States. He's won a number of championships over there. He's won a ton of races as well. So, yeah, he'll be desperate to get on American soil and prove that this season isn't a complete write-off, although he fears it may well be. But we asked him yesterday, is he looking forward to Miami? And he said at the moment, no, given how poorly he had his weekend was in Imola. So, yeah, let's see if he can bounce back. But given the problems that Mercedes are having, I don't think it's going to be easy for him or the team.
That was Phil Duncan a little bit earlier on. Next stop, Miami, the weekend after next. Now, there's not many people in any sport, really, as dominant as Iga Swiatek at the moment. The tennis world #1's winning run continues at just the right time for the French Open. Welcome back. The Women's Tennis Association, the WTA, still haven't received the assurances they need over the safety of player Peng Shuai, so have taken the decision not to return to China for events for the entirety of 2022. The organisation suspended events in the country back in December, you might remember, following concerns over Peng's well-being and security after she posted a message on social media accusing China's former Vice Premier Zhang Gaoli of sexual assault. Despite the former world doubles #1 publicly denying that she made the allegations and adding that she herself deleted the social media post, the WTA have stuck to their demand for a formal investigation and for an opportunity to meet with her privately to discuss the situation. Without it, tour chief Steve Simon said they will stick to their suspension despite losing millions of dollars in broadcast and sponsorship deals. Well, we're still a month away from the start of the French Open, but Patrick McEnroe's already tipped Iga Świątek as the winner. The Polish world number one is now on a 23-match unbeaten run. She's won 4 straight titles after victory in Stuttgart on Sunday. The 20-year-old was playing in this tournament for the first time, but looked like she was cruising in the final against Aryna Sabalenka. She took it in straight sets, 6-2. 6-2 to add this title to those from Doha, Indian Wells and Miami and cement her place as favourite for victory at Roland Garros. That was the scene of her only Grand Slam title to date back in 2020. She will, without doubt, be seen as the one to beat when it kicks off on May the 22nd. That is it from myself and the World Sport team, though, for now. Back to you, Lainey. Very much the tale of two different stories of two world number ones at the moment.
All right, really good to see you. Thank you so much for that update, Amanda. And more Connect the World right after this. Stay with us.
Live from CNN Abu Dhabi, this is Connect the World.
This hour, the highest level US visit to Ukraine since Russia's invasion, wraps with some stark words from American officials saying they want to see Putin's army seriously weakened. This as French President Emmanuel Macron wins a second term in office with a promise to maintain European and Western unity, especially in support of Ukraine. I'm Eleni Jakas. I'm filling in for Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome back to Connect the World. Now, the US says with the right weapons, Ukraine can win the war being waged by Russia. The comments came from the US Defense Secretary. He's in the region with the Secretary of State. Now, they announced the US is sending diplomats back to Ukraine and they hope to send more military aid. Take a listen.
They believe that we can win. We believe that we can win. They can win if they have the right equipment, the right support. And we're going to do everything we can, continue to do everything we can to ensure that that gets there.
We don't know how
the rest of this war will unfold, but we do know that a sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin's on the scene.
Well, their visit comes amid more intense strikes. 5 railway stations were bombed in western and central Ukraine. To the south of the city of Zaporizhia is preparing for a possible Russian offensive. In the east, the UK Defence Ministry reports minor Russian advances in its Donbass offensive, but no breakthrough. Waiting for more information on that, but the UK says also Russia has exhausted many units in its siege of a Mariupol steel plant. Moscow earlier offered to hold its fire around the plant so civilians could leave. The northeastern city of Kharkiv has seen Russian attacks intensifying in recent days. A Ukrainian human rights official says the city was attacked as Christians marked the Orthodox Easter holiday over the weekend. 2 men were reportedly killed when a house was shelled. 3 policemen and a civilian also said to be injured in the barrage of strikes. Now, the mayor of Kharkiv says about a quarter of the city's buildings have been hit in the Russian assault. Clarissa Ward spoke to our John Berman earlier as she toured the devastation.
So we are in what remains, John, of the Regional State Administration building. And, you know, you had just talked about Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying it's possible the Ukrainians could win this if they have the right equipment. Well, this is what they're up against. And I want to take you around so you can get a feel for the full scale of the damage that was done here when 2 massive missiles landed in and around this building last month. You can see just out what's left of the window there. That is Freedom Square. And this city has been getting pulverized day in, day out. Just today, we have heard a pretty much constant stream of bombardment since about 4:30 in the morning. Often it goes on all night. And the mayor here says that 25% of the buildings in this city have been hit during strikes. 25%. Just try to get your head around the enormity of that figure. 67 schools have been hit. Look at this. This was once a palatial grand staircase, now completely destroyed. According to authorities, only 10 people were killed here, which is extraordinary, although I've just been talking with one of the soldiers who's in charge of looking after this space, and he says they believe there are many more dead under the rubble. I'm going to show you what some of that rubble looks like over here. People were rescued as well. But going back to those statistics that the mayor gave us, 67 schools, 54 kindergartens, 16 hospitals. That's just here in the city of Kharkiv. You can see the defenses that they had tried to implement to protect themselves from attack. But obviously, sandbags, no match for this. I don't know if you could hear that as well, some bombardment again in the distance. And you can see outside the scale of the devastation. Cars completely scorched. There's actually an office over there to the side that we can't get into easily from this point, which we saw yesterday, where an entire car has literally been thrown into an office by the force of that blast. And what people here fear in this city is that Kharkiv could be the next Mariupol because of the amount of bombardment and the real intensification that we've seen of that bombardment, especially in the last week. Now, I just want cameraman Scotty McWhinney and producer Brent Swales to be a little careful here, but I do want to show you this because it gives you a real feeling for just the enormity of that blast. I mean, absolutely astonishing. It literally took out 6 stories. And that's why, as you can probably imagine, we're hearing from authorities here that they do believe some people are still trapped under that rubble, but that it is just simply impossible for them at this stage, with bombardment continuing day in and day out in this city, for them to try to dig down underneath that and get a sense of just how many people may have lost their lives here. One more thing I think that's important to contextualize in terms of what I was saying about how people here fear that this could be the next Mariupol. Kharkiv is 30 miles away from Russia. It's in the northeast of the country. It's the second largest city. And Russian troops essentially have been launching this three-pronged offensive in the Donbass region, pushing down from the north, up from the south, and in from the east. Ukrainian forces have also been launching a series of counteroffensives, particularly around the strategic town of Izium. So Kharkiv is very close to a lot of the action. There are a lot of important supply routes for the Russians to get more ammunition and weaponry to places like Izium, and that's why it's strategically important, not to mention, of course, the symbolic value. And you can imagine the symbolism of this building. You talk to the locals. This was a place people came to pose for photographs. This was a place you would dress nicely to visit. And now, this is what's left of it.
Incredibly powerful reporting there from Clarissa Ward. CNN's Matt Rivers has also seen the devastation firsthand. He joins us live from Kyiv, and Kylie Atwood connects us to the U.S. State Department. Really good to see you both. Kylie, I'd like to start with you. And we've seen some of the devastation and just the indiscriminate targeting of schools, of kindergartens, of key infrastructure. It was really important for the U.S. Secretary of State, as well as the Defense Secretary, to see some of this devastation, a really key visit to Kyiv by the U.S. Give us a sense of what they've committed and how it's going to up and shore up the relationship between the U.S. and Ukraine.
Yeah, so it was a key visit. It was the top Biden administration officials to visit Ukraine since this war has begun, going to the capital city. It's something that the Ukrainians had been asking for them to do. So it was significant in such that it was symbolic to underscore the Biden administration's commitment to Ukraine. But as you said, the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense also doubled down on what that commitment will look like going forth. Announcing that there's more military financing that the United States is going to be giving to Ukraine and to partners in the region to help them build up their military capacity. That was something that was new. We also learned that the State Department is going to be sending in some diplomats to the country starting this week, trying to really shore up that diplomatic support, not just at the top level between President Biden and Zelensky, but at the working level. Now, these diplomats aren't going to be based in Ukraine. They're going to be taking day trips into Lviv, and then a senior State Department official said that they would then be traveling to other parts of the country and to Kyiv in due time. They feel like the security situation in the country isn't steady enough yet for those diplomats to be there long term. But what we also heard from these administration officials is a sense of optimism that Ukraine has the will and will have the capacity to win, to beat Russia in this Ukraine war. Of course, we already saw Russia fail when it came to their assault on Kyiv, and Secretary Blinken and Secretary Austin said that they believe that Ukraine has the capacity and the will, as I said, on the other side of the country to also prevail.
Kylie Atwood, thank you very much for that update. Great to see you. I'd like to now go to Matt Rivers, who's standing by in Kyiv for us. And as Kylie says, the Russians failed in Kyiv, but as they moved out of the city, they also left a trail of destruction. We're hearing more attacks on railways. These visits by global leaders are going to be absolutely vital for President Zelensky. Give me a sense, firstly, of the mood after the U.S. Diplomats left Kyiv, and also, importantly, what the security scenarios are at the moment.
Well, I think, Eleni, this is a series of meetings that the Zelensky administration had been pushing for privately and publicly for a long time now. And I think there is a sense of happiness that you saw two of the most senior cabinet officials, if not the two most senior cabinet officials, be here in Kyiv for at least 90-minute meeting. That is something that President Zelensky said he was quite grateful for. He said he felt the support of the United States. This is, we have not seen the kind of respite perhaps over the weekend that some were hoping for on Orthodox Easter Sunday. Orthodox Easter Sunday in a country at war, a holiday defined by its celebration of life, this year shrouded by death.
Our people live in the time of war, under bombing and shelling, with tears, grief, and sorrow, but we need rays of hope.
Some of those rays are ways to fight back, at least if President Zelensky gets his way, telling reporters that getting more and more heavy weapons from the U.S. would be a top issue at a meeting with U.S. Secretaries of State and Defense Anthony Blinken and Lloyd Austin. This as Russian shells rained down across the country over the weekend, including in Odessa. Here, a video of what Ukraine called a Russian missile hitting an apartment building, killing 8, according to authorities, an infant and her mother among them. Inside that building, a camera captured the strike's horrific impact. And in the town of Horenka, northwest of Kyiv, there is utter destruction. Russian shells shattered homes and lives. There is nothing left here but pain in an eerie silence. Ukraine is, of course, pushing for all of these new weapons to try and avoid other towns ending up like this one. So look here, this playground now littered with bullet holes, the remnants of Ukrainian fighting position to my left, and to my right, there's a sign warning of all the landmines that are now in this area. It's going to be a long time before children can use this playground once again. The Secretaries of State and Defense are not the only U.S. officials interested in the future of Ukraine. We met up with 2 members of the U.S. Congress, Representatives Tim Walberg and Victoria Spartz, who toured the damage. Spartz, the first Ukrainian-born member of Congress.
Watching it breaks my heart, but they actually living through hell. But seeing it, it's important, and it's important for us to share this with the American people.
Ukrainian officials told us they repelled the Russian drive toward Kyiv right here back in March, a powerful sign of resistance against an unwanted invader. The 2 Republicans will head back to Washington soon with an urgent call to send whatever Ukraine needs, and fast.
They're brave. They're committed. Just put something in their hand that matches the efforts here, and they could win it.
And the importance of getting those weapons to the Eastern Front highlighted today with a series of cruise missile attacks on a number of different railway stations in the central and western part of the countries. Those attacks might have an impact on the ability for the allies here to get the weapons that Ukraine is asking for to where they are needed to go. Not a totally clear picture yet, Eleni, of exactly how much damage was done at these railway stations, but any damage is a problem when you're talking about railways being needed to get these weapons to the east.
Absolutely. And look, when you're targeting railways, that means that you're targeting key logistics infrastructure. Can't get people out, and you absolutely can't get goods, much needed goods in. It is fascinating, your story with regards to it being Orthodox Easter weekend. Give me a sense of some of the people that you've spoken to when these attacks continue on a region where they share in most parts the same Easter holidays, and they're very revered in the Orthodox culture.
No question. I do think, generally speaking, that the Ukrainian people are past outrage, the point of outrage. I mean, it's just a permanent sense of rage, of frustration, of anger over what Russia is doing. So I think the surprise element perhaps has passed in terms of Russia being capable of anything in the eyes of most Ukrainians at this point. But there is something significant about attacks on Orthodox Easter Sunday. This is a day that is marked, it's a day that is supposed to celebrate life, and yet it didn't do that yesterday. And I think that that's something that many Ukrainians felt acutely, not the least of which being the fact that many churches closed their doors. They were not holding in-person celebrations due to the threat of missile strikes, kind of back to the days of COVID in some ways, Eleni, except this time the threat not being a virus, but a Russian autocrat.
Matt, thank you very much for that update. Great to see you. Now, a major NATO ally, France, has re-elected Emmanuel Macron as its president, ahead what this means for his country, for NATO, and for Russia's war on Ukraine. And a new COVID outbreak in Beijing is shaking up more than China's officials, why investors are so nervous about what's happening in the Chinese capital. Emmanuel Macron, hours after being re-elected as the president of France, is waging a new fight to secure a majority in parliament. He's promising his second term in office will be different from the first, that he will listen to voters more. Sunday's runoff election pitted the centrist against far-right challenger Marine Le Pen. It's the second time the two have faced each other in a runoff. And this time, Mr. Macron's margin of victory was narrower. You can see the comparison between this year's results on the left of your screen and 2017 on the right. In fact, the far right broke its own record this time. Melissa Bell is live in Paris for us. And Melissa, this is exactly what Marine Le Pen was talking about in her speech, saying, this is a record number. We're making headway. We lost, but we're making headway. How significant are these numbers when you see 40% for Marine Le Pen and you see 58% for Emmanuel Macron? Is it of concern that the far-right ideology is in fact gaining momentum across areas in France?
Well, certainly this result this year has confirmed what began in 2017, which is that there's been a complete redrawing, Eleni, of the French political landscape. The traditional left and right had been brushed aside in 2017. This time didn't even make the percentage point of votes in the first round that they needed to recoup the majority of their campaign costs, which is an extraordinary state of affairs. Instead, it is now very much the centre as left, as it is led by Emmanuel Macron and the far right. But there is also a great deal of movement on the far left. We saw in the first round Jean-Luc Mélenchon come within a whisker of taking that second spot from Marine Le Pen. And so there are those deep divisions that Emmanuel Macron spoke to as well in his speech, because he knows that whilst the headline is, of course, that he's won, that France's place within the European Union will remain, that the European Union itself will keep Emmanuel Macron and his federalism at its heart and leading it, and with all the implications even beyond the borders of Europe, for instance, for the war in Ukraine, Eleni. What he knows all too well is that the big battle is now ahead to see whether or not he can keep a governing majority during next month's legislative elections, and also that these deep fractures, these deep divisions, this anger on the periphery of the political spectrum that has now become much more mainstream is extremely loud and likely to be problematic, which is why he's going to be looking to build bridges. When you break down that vote, Eleni, he may have won 58% of the vote. She came within just over 5 million votes of his. But when you look at the breakdown in the country, it is more than half of France's towns and cities that voted for her on top and ahead of Emmanuel Macron.
Yeah, and 28% abstentions. I mean, you mentioned Parliament. What is at stake for Macron in Parliament? We've got to remember, this is a very historical win for Macron as well. To getting a second term in France is basically unheard of. But how important is it going to be in Parliament? And what would that mean for Europe and specifically the fights against the war?
Well, look, last time when Emmanuel Macron launched his improbable political experiment, launching his presidency, creating from scratch his party, we had seen him win the election. The question had been whether he could win the legislative elections that were a month later. He did, and he got a majority, sweeping aside, again, the political forces that had dominated French politics for decades. That was as a result, really, of his win, which brought a great deal of enthusiasm. The problem that he has, that having a party that is built almost entirely around his person, with no historical depth to it, is likely to make it harder this time for him to reach that governing majority. All the more so, Eleni, because both on the far right and the far left, the various candidates that stood in the first round are looking at what alliances can be formed to try and cement their positions within those legislative elections and therefore within the National Assembly. And what it would mean for him to lose the parliamentary majority is that governing would be extremely difficult. It would be much harder for him to push forward, for instance, the controversial pension reform he wants to get through. It would make it much harder to push through many more of the reforms that he wants to bring. And of course, on Europe, that would take away from his voice, from his position at the helm of a European Union that he has really led the way in bringing closer together, and that he wants to continue uniting, federating, to create a bloc that really functions as one. So he would be hampered on both fronts, both nationally and at European level, and that, of course, would have profound consequences well beyond the borders of France, Eleni.
Melissa Bell, thank you so much. Now, coming off a third consecutive electoral defeat, what's next for Marine Le Pen and her political party, National Rally? CNN's Jim Bitterman has more on that.
For the third time, she has lost a bid to become French president. But that does not mean her supporters have lost their intense attachment to Marine Le Pen. She carries the Le Pen name and her father, Jean-Marie Le Pen's heritage of leading the far-right nationalists of France. And in practically every campaign since he founded the party 50 years ago, their numbers have grown, even if not to the point of winning the presidency. Yet, in defeat, the Le Pens remain the incarnation of France's far right. At least that's the way one of her party's representatives in the European Parliament sees it.
Marine Le Pen will be the legitimate leader of the opposition. And everything that will happen in this country will be discussed with Marine Le Pen, because she will lead the opposition.
But hope may be father to that thought, because in this election cycle, Le Pen's leadership of the far right for the first time was challenged by this man, TV pundit Eric Zemmour, whose program was even more conservative than Le Pen's. He only managed about 7% of the vote, but he drew away several of Le Pen's top lieutenants. A pollster looks at it this way.
I think the question shouldn't be anymore, can Marine Le Pen ever win the presidency, but with whom can the extreme right eventually run? And it's not only the question of the leading of the extreme right.
That would require compromise on the part of Le Pen, and as well, because her political party has been practically a part of her family trust for decades, she'd have to loosen her reins on its leadership and let other party leaders emerge. An author who's written extensively about Le Pen and her party doesn't see that happening, nor does she see that Le Pen would ever abandon her xenophobic agenda.
So the electorate, the core electorate, really votes National Front because of the anti-immigration platform, because of the cultural identity thing. But she still needs to win over other voters. It's really like impossible challenge of appealing to the base and widening the electorate.
Whatever Marine Le Pen's personal political fortunes may be now, her party and her followers will live on. From her father until now, the Le Pen family has demonstrated quite clearly that there's a large segment of the French electorate which has an appetite for the family's exclusionary and nationalistic policies. Jim Bitterman, CNN, Paris.
You're watching Connect the World live from Abu Dhabi, and still ahead, top US officials offer blunt comments about what they hope will happen to Russia's military once its war on Ukraine ends. Plus, the spoils of sanctions, thousands of high-end vehicles bound for Russia now sit parked at a Belgian port. So we've told you about that steel plant Russia has been surrounding in Mariupol. Take a look at these pictures. They come from the Azov regiment, which is fighting Russia. It is said to show women and children sheltering inside. CNN hasn't been able to verify that if that's true, but one woman says that she and her children have been living in the bunker and they haven't seen sunlight in a month and a half. They also say they only have a few days' worth of food and water left. A weakened Russian military, the U.S. Defense Secretary says his country hopes that will happen as a result of Russia's war on Ukraine. Lloyd Austin made that blunt comment after he and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met Ukraine's president in Kyiv. Their trip to Ukraine, the first by U.S. officials since the war started 2 months ago. I want to bring in Vera Michelin-Shapir. She's a visiting research fellow at King's College London and an expert on Russian policies. Vera, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let's start with the U.S. visit and just how significant that you had the U.S. Secretary of State and the Defense Secretary visiting Kyiv. And of course, it was under wraps. And also what message that sends to the Russians.
Yes, so good afternoon. Indeed, an important visit. The Russians were sort of trolling the Ukrainians in the last couple of weeks, telling on their media and through statements that, you know, we don't see very high-level officials, American officials, traveling to Kiev. We don't see U.S. president there or Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense. So this visit is really, it's sending an important message to the Ukrainians that the West is with them. But I think the Ukrainians, they understand it. They see the support that is coming in terms of weapons, in terms of their conversations with their Western partners. But now this is also a display to the Russians. It shows to the Russians that the U.S. is really with Ukraine. And this would becoming a major problem for Russia looking forward.
I know you focus on Russian history and studies. You know, Putin doesn't want to be humiliated. And in a sense, he has seen a lot of humiliation since the war started, whether it's losing the capital city, whether it's having to regroup. And now the U.S. saying it wants a weakened Russian military. How do you think Putin is going to take this messaging from the United States and how he's been taking all the messaging that's coming through from NATO and allies?
So unfortunately, what we see with Putin is that there is a kind of parallel reality that we hear in Russian discourse. And obviously, all these things that we're hearing from the West, they're playing into the discourse that he's been telling Russians all along, which is that the US and the West is against us. It's trying to weaken us. And here we go. There is a statement from the US Secretary of Defense. But this should not sort of confuse us. Yes, I mean, whatever the Russians, they don't really need these statements in order to kind of peddle this discourse within Russia. And I think that Russians are also ordinary Russians. They know that this is a kind of a persistent discourse in Russia. So I think that we should focus, and I think in the West, policymakers should focus on what are the policy priorities of the West. And the thing is that the Russian ambitions and Russian aggression towards Ukraine is something that is real. It's here. It's not wars. These are actions. So there is an actual need, sort of, that if there is not going to be a regime change in Russia, and it's very unlikely that the sanctions are going to bring a regime change in Russia, but this war and the sanctions, what they can do is that they can cripple Russian actual abilities, military abilities, to go and to pursue such terrible war and such aggression.
Yeah. So Vera, I mean, to cripple Russia will take time. What is your timeline that you're looking at this point? Because you're talking about regime change in Russia. We're talking about being in the long haul for this war to last at least a few years in terms of the messaging that you're giving.
I mean, the thing is that it's not only us talking about it. The Russians are talking about it being in the long haul. Yes, I mean, the Russians are talking about sort of a land grab and continuing pressure on Ukraine. And the thing with what I mentioned about regime change is that I don't think that sanctions and kind of pressure are necessarily going to bring down Putin. But I think that what is happening right now, we've seen that this war in Ukraine, the amount of forces and the amount of equipment that the Russians have lost are setting them back further and further back in terms of their ability to they need to really ramp up production in order to kind of reinforce their military looking forward. And here sanctions are incredibly important because without parts from the West, without parts coming into Russia, it will be incredibly hard for them to recreate this war machine that they launched against Ukraine. So here sanctions and enforcement of sanctions is incredibly important.
The terror, the mayhem that we're seeing that is being unleashed in Ukraine, you have family in Ukraine, Vera. Can you give me a sense of how they're doing and any stories of hope that you're seeing at this stage?
Yeah, so I think that, well, first of all, for people in Ukraine, it's incredible. For them, all these these things symbolic to us, they're important, right? I mean, these are incredibly important signs that the U.S. is giving us, that when we see such high-level officials traveling there. The one thing that Ukrainians are extremely in pain about, and we hear it a lot, is what is happening in the south of the country and what is happening specifically in Mariupol, what is happening in the occupied parts of Ukraine, which unfortunately my family, I'm so fortunate that my family is not there, but everyone's hearts are with the people who are there, who are under Russian occupation and who are in Mariupol, who are in the bunkers, who don't see sunlight. And I think this is where the focus of Ukrainian people are, and their hearts are with them, because we've seen the photos, we've seen the images that came from when the Russian withdrew from the Kiev region. And this is it's an extremely painful moment for Ukrainians.
Vera, thank you very much for joining us and for your insights. Great to have you on the show. The West is looking to bolster support for Ukraine by working out what to do with billions of dollars in assets seized as part of sanctions on Russia. Nick Robertson got a look at some of those assets in a massive parking lot in Belgium, now the holding area for thousands of luxury cars.
Thousands of luxury vehicles not going to Russia. In this corner of the sprawling lot, 200 top-end Cadillac Escalades, street value in excess of $15 million. The spoils of sanctions literally piling up inside Belgium's megaport Zeebrugge, a new front line in Europe's economic war with Russia, pitting Belgian customs agents against Russia's sanctioned oligarchs.
We have been freezing over 200 billion euros of Russian assets. We have also other luxury goods that are being blocked. Momentarily, there are 2,500 containers being blocked for more investigations.
But who actually owns these seized valuables, and can they be sold for money to support Ukraine? It's fast becoming a pressing question, particularly in Europe, feeling the economic pinch of Russia's war. These vehicles aren't Russian-owned yet, but there is plenty of Russian wealth falling under Belgian government control.
There's already 2.7 billion Russian assets that were blocked, were frozen, and then also almost 200 billion transactions that were blocked.
And the goods that have been seized so far, what happens to them? Who owns them?
The transactions, of course, are blocked, and the assets itself are frozen, so they cannot be used anymore. It doesn't mean that they become that the government owns them.
And all these vehicles we're looking at, they all say destination Russia.
Yeah.
In Zeebrugge, shipping terminal boss Mark Adrianson is on the front lines enforcing sanctions. Any vehicle bound for Russia valued over $55,000 is impounded.
So for the moment we have 8,000 cars started. 8,000 already, yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, although we could get more.
A lot more. He says 120,000 vehicles bound for Russia a year transit his controls. Is already turning some away.
We are not there to store cars. We are there to handle cars and to do added value on cars.
Pressure on Adriansons and Belgium will grow. The war far from over and trade ties with Russia deep. In the third quarter of last year, Russia was the European Union's largest maritime trading partner, according to EU data. And 1/3 of all those goods coming through ports like this in Belgium and just up the coast in the Netherlands. It could all add up to potentially billions of dollars of goods that could be used to help Ukraine. But turning it into cash requires legal confiscation. Not an easy process. European parliamentarians are being warned by EU justice officials.
To get somebody's property confiscated, we need a crime. We are looking for legal solutions, money laundering, embezzlement, perhaps sanction circumvention.
Until then, seized goods and assets will age, while Ukraine's frontline fighters die for fresh weapons.
Nick Robertson joins me now live from Brussels. Nick, really illuminating piece and just shows the tentacles of the sanctions and just how far-reaching they are. There was one line that really struck me, that Russia was the largest maritime trading partner for the EU. This means that we're going to be seeing a lot of goods that are going to be stopped in their tracks at ports, probably around Europe, but also that means that both sides are going to feel it quite extensively.
They are. I mean, we've heard about how, stopping buying Russian gas and Russian oil would actually hurt the economy of Europe. But as you saw there, what do you do physically with all these goods that you've got stacked up now, particularly when they're large items like cars? How many customs officers do you need to employ to go and look through all the different containers out there that are on the container ships that are bound for Russia? In some cases, they're seizing container loads of luxury handbags that are destined for the top-end market in Russia. So it takes manpower, it takes facilities to store it, it takes good and concise banking to go through banking records to see who actually owns the goods, how those transactions can be stopped and blocked. So it takes and consumes a lot of manpower, a lot of effort, a lot of storage facility. But the notion that because the economies here in Europe are being hurt through, part because of coming out of COVID, part because there is a global economic downturn, part because the price of oil and gas are going up. All these things combined is really raising that question. When European Union citizens are asked to take a hit on their pocket to help support Ukraine, which is what it comes down to in this war with Russia, are there other ways of finding money to offset that? And these assets are that, but it's only part of the picture, of course.
Nick Robertson, really good to see you. Thank you so very much for that update. Twitter is reportedly close to a deal with Elon Musk over his bid to buy the social media platform. We'll have Wall Street's reaction to the news that a takeover is imminent. Stay with us. Developing today, Twitter is reportedly nearing a deal to sell itself to Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Right now, Twitter stock is up on that news, and it comes 11 days after Musk shocked the industry by offering to buy the company for more than $41 billion. The Wall Street Journal reports a deal could be finalized as soon as today. We've got Claire Sebastian covering all the developments on the story. She's joining us from London. Claire, I mean, to be honest, the relationship between Elon Musk and Twitter really started, developing, where you saw a few tweets and then he was meant to join the board, and then that didn't happen, and now you're seeing a possible takeover. Is there a sense that this could happen?
Yes, Eleni, I think this has been an extraordinary turnaround. It's just 3 weeks since he disclosed that he had taken a 9% stake in the company, making him the biggest shareholder. Then he was set to join the board, apparently refused to do that. Then the board itself instituted what's called a poison pill, a mechanism designed to deter him from taking over the whole company. And now it seems there's been a turnaround. The board, according to a source familiar with the matter, convened on Sunday and is said to be in discussions, really seriously thinking about his bid. There are a couple of things that I think led to this turnaround. One, when he first made the offer, it wasn't really clear how he was going to pay for it. There was a filing last week which revealed that he does actually have funding in place through various mechanisms, loans from the likes of Morgan Stanley, another group of lenders, about 21 billion of his own money from his holdings. So he does have the funding in place for this bid. There was also a sort of veiled threat in that filing that if he doesn't have his offer accepted, he will go to what's called a tender offer, try to buy out all individual shareholders. And the other thing is that the Wall Street Journal has been reporting that Elon Musk has been doing a fair bit of behind-the-scenes lobbying, actually talking to individual shareholders and trying to bring them round to his vision for the company. But look, an extraordinary turn of events for a man who, lost the chairmanship of Tesla because of something he tweeted a few years ago, who ended up in court for defamation over another tweet, and now he wants to take over the entire company.
Claire, are we going to get an edit button if Elon Musk takes over?
He definitely wants an edit button, Eleni, and this is something that Twitter is said to be exploring, trialing as well. So that could be on the cards. Other things he wants to do, take the company private. He wants to make the algorithm open source, all sorts of different changes.
Cool. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Claire. Great to have you on. Right, moving on. Beijing is reporting 29 new cases of coronavirus since Sunday. Authorities have locked down some residential compounds in the city where residents are banned from stepping outside their front door. Fears that Beijing may end up in a lockdown like the one in Shanghai is rattling global markets. Let's take a quick look to see how they are faring right now. You've got oil prices coming under pressure at this point in time. The big fear here is that you'll have a drop in demand, but you've got the Dow, you've got US markets under pressure. You also have European markets taking a knock. Brent crude is down 6.5%. Here's the reality. If you've got a big market like China locking down again, we know what that's going to mean for supply chains, and we also know what that's going to mean for oil demand as well. So Chinese authorities are racing to contain the new COVID-19 outbreak in the country's capital. In Shanghai, the ongoing lockdown there is fueling an online uprising. CNN's David Culver is in the city and sent us this report.
Eleni, the determination to contain this virus leading to disturbing videos circulating on social media right here in Shanghai. They show crews installing steel fences inside residential compounds so as to prevent people in buildings with reported positive cases from getting out, essentially caging them in. Many raising the obvious fire hazard concerns. In other communities like mine, we've got just a paper seal on the door, and there's now a community COVID guard, if you will, on duty 24/7, just to make sure we don't wander out of our homes without permission. On the public streets, workers also putting up barricades, trying to keep people from traveling to other districts. This latest Omicron-fueled surge has the city now reporting more than 500,000 cases since the start of the outbreak, which dates back to early March. And there's now growing concern outside of Shanghai, especially in Beijing. Only double-digit case numbers reported so far, but it's concerning enough for one of the capital city's largest districts to require its 3 million residents to get 3 rounds of PCR tests this week. Authorities have locked down dozens of residential compounds across 8 districts in Beijing, where residents are living like us, basically banned from leaving their doors or their complexes. Now, following the horror stories of Shanghai and challenges to get food, Beijing officials are reassuring the public that the city has enough supplies. but that doesn't stop the panic buying. Many fearing that Beijing, the capital city, will go into a citywide lockdown like here in Shanghai. And the news causing global stocks and oil prices to fall Monday. China's Shanghai Composite Index had its worst day since February 3rd, 2020. That's when the initial coronavirus outbreak first rocked the nation's stock market. The lockdown here in Shanghai has already forced many factories to suspend production and made shipping delays worse, that in turn placing more strain on global supply chains. This as officials stand by their zero COVID strategy. Eleni?
Now on some other stories that are on our radar. An overloaded boat carrying migrants fleeing Lebanon has capsized. At least 6 people died, including a girl. A Lebanese naval official says the boat only had capacity for 6 people, though it estimated 60 were on board. But some survivors claim the Lebanese Coast Guard targeted their boats and threatened them with drowning. U.S. President Joe Biden will visit Israel in the coming months. That's according to Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett after the two leaders spoke on the phone Sunday. Meanwhile, Israel's foreign minister says there won't be any changes to rules that prevent Jews from praying at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. There were more clashes there last week. Authorities tell CNN women and children are among the dead in a weekend explosion at an illegal oil refinery in Nigeria. The blast killed more than 100 people on the border of Nigeria's Rivers State and Imo State. The Nigerian president is calling the explosion a catastrophe. And just ahead, praying for peace, asking for salvation, Ukrainian refugees find a sacred space in Poland. Ukraine says Russia is trying to depopulate the eastern part of the country. An advisor to President Zelensky tells CNN the Kremlin is sending a message of, quoting, surrender or be erased. And as we know, millions of Ukrainians have been forced to flee their homes since Russia launched its unprovoked war on February the 24th. The UN says close to 3 million Ukrainians have fled their country for Poland. But this weekend, many put their war aside to celebrate one of their most important holidays of the year, Orthodox Easter. CNN's Erica Hill brings us the story from Warsaw.
On this Orthodox Easter morning, faith in many forms.
This day is very, hopeful, and we hope that this situation will be over soon. So we are hoping for the best for our future, and we are praying for this.
Warsaw's Orthodox Cathedral of St. Mary Magdalene regularly welcomes Christians from across Europe. In the past few weeks, it's become a haven for those fleeing the war in Ukraine. Irina tells me she misses her husband, a surgeon who stayed behind in Kyiv to treat the wounded. She hopes they'll be together again. One of the local priests says the number of Ukrainians at this church has increased dramatically.
Украинцев очень много сейчас приезжает. И здесь, наверное, сейчас,
About 80%, he says, are refugees. Ukrainian flags and colors on display. Baskets of food waiting to be blessed, proudly draped in yellow and blue. Daria, a Ukrainian student here, says Easter should be celebrated together, a symbol of unity. Victor, a political refugee from Belarus, agrees. It shows that all people are brothers, he tells me. All. Easter traditions offer both comfort and a sobering reminder of how much life has changed.
I can't say this without tears from my eyes because it is just I couldn't imagine, that it would be happened. It is just awful.
Irina and her sons recently arrived in Warsaw from Lviv. Her husband and parents are still in Ukraine. 12-year-old Yuri says he's glad to be in Poland, that it's safer here.
It's dangerous in Lviv to live because every time a bomb can fall on our house.
Despite that fear, he's confident he'll go home one day. Faith in the future of Ukraine, as strong as the faith that brings them here today. Erica Hill, CNN, Warsaw.
The crew of the first all-private mission to the International Space Station is due to splash down off the coast of Florida in about an hour. They left the space station on their SpaceX Dragon capsule Sunday night. The return process is autonomous, so the 4 crew members who reportedly paid $55 million a seat will be able to enjoy the departing views. The mission was supposed to be 10 days aboard the International Space Station, but it was extended for 5 days due to the weather. Well, thanks so very much for joining us. That was Connect the World. CNN's coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine continues after the short break. I'm Eleni Jokos in Abu Dhabi. Thanks so much for joining us.
Welcome. I'm Paula Newton here live from New York, and this is One World. Ukraine says several of its railway stations were attacked in the span of just 1 hour as Russia's ruthless and unprovoked war enters its third month. Now, according to the head of the country's rail system, 5 stations were hit in total, all in central and western Ukraine. He also says there were, unfortunately, casualties. No other details so far have been reported. Meantime, Ukraine's Azov regiment released this video. You see it there, which is said to show women and children sheltering in a bunker at the Azovstal plant in Mariupol. Now, CNN cannot verify the authenticity of the video that we're looking at right now, but it does come as Russia's defense ministry has offered a ceasefire to allow civilians at that factory to evacuate. But Ukraine's deputy prime minister says that no humanitarian corridors have been agreed upon today, since Russian forces have attacked those corridors before. And Russian state media reports now that a fire has broken out at an oil depot in the country's Bryansk region, but the cause of the blaze is still unclear. You see the video of that there. For the latest on what's happening right now on the ground in Ukraine, we want to join our CNN's Scott McLean, who's live for us in Lviv. Now, Scott, help us try and understand what it was like today on the ground. And I want to start with, of course, those missile strikes. We've been talking for days now. The main battle now seems to the east and the south. Russia has said as much. And yet you have these strikes that are rattling parts of central and western Ukraine now.
And the timing sure is interesting here, Paula. You had this U.S. delegation of the Secretary of State and the Defense Secretary just on their way out of the country after having visited with President Zelensky in Kyiv. And they said once they were safely in NATO territory in Poland, they said that they traveled by the train. This is the same mode of transportation that we have seen other visiting delegations, other heads of state traveling in order to get to Kyiv to meet with Zelensky. Just hours after that, though, the air raid sirens went off here in Lviv. We heard them, and not long after that, we had gotten word that several railway infrastructure, pieces of railway infrastructure across the central and western part of this country were hit. This is according to the head of Ukrainian Railways. And if you look at those sites on a map, you can tell they are all at junctions. They are all at railway choke points. And so the goal of these strikes is not clear. But it seems, or it appears, at least from looking at the map, like there was an effort to try to cut off or at least hamper east-west communication links by rail. We know that in Ukraine, the rail links have been vital, not only for getting supplies in and out, but also for getting people out of some of the most dangerous parts of the country, Paula. And we were able to go to one of those sites about an hour east of where we are in Lviv. That is where the governor released video from earlier today showing what he said was an electrical substation on fire. There was heavy smoke from that site. We weren't able to get close enough to see that substation for ourselves, but what we were able to see from the ground was several places where there were remnants of a Russian rocket scattered throughout the grass next to these railway tracks, twisted bits of charred and partially melted pieces of metal. What they did not find, they said, though, is any kind of large crater, and so they think that that missile was actually shot down by the Ukrainian anti-aircraft or missile defense system, Paula.
Yeah, we're looking at the video as you saw it there as well, Scott. Interesting because you know firsthand, having done stories on the railway system there and how crucial they are to civilians coming and going, but obviously as well to the logistics program that Ukraine has in place. Can we just get to the issue of the humanitarian corridor as well in Mariupol? We have gone through this so many times before. Again today, Russia saying, look, we have established one, and Ukraine saying there is no way this is safe for Ukrainians to flee.
Exactly. This is one of those cases where one side has sort of unilaterally said, hey, the corridor is open, go ahead. But as we know, both sides need to agree not just on the need for a corridor, but on the precise details of when and where that corridor will actually take place so that everyone is on the same page and everyone knows what to do, because obviously this is a highly charged, highly dangerous kind of situation. So Russia offered to open this humanitarian corridor to allow those civilians trapped under the Azovstal steel plant to get out, they said, to go in whatever direction they wanted. They even gave very detailed instructions as to how to do that on radio chatter, to raise a white flag if the Ukrainians were going to take the Russians up on their offer. The Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister, though, who has been at the forefront of negotiating these corridors, though, said there will be no corridor today. She does not trust that the Russians will do what they promised to do. She doesn't trust that that corridor will go ahead without some danger. Just on Saturday, the Ukrainians had been accusing the Russians of forcing, tricking, really, some Ukrainians, about 200 of them, into Russian-held territory when they thought that they were going in the opposite direction. And so the Ukrainians would like to see members from the United Nations, representatives from the Red Cross on the ground to help facilitate, to help guarantee safe passage for those civilians who are trapped, Paula.
Yeah, and again, we keep looking at video of those civilians who are trapped in that plant, and that is what is at issue here in terms of those humanitarian corridors. Scott, before I let you go, we have reports of certainly some kind of situation on the ground in Transnistria. I remind everyone that's technically part of Moldova, but it is a breakaway region, and it does actually have Russian troops on the ground there. You will see it there on our map in red, Transnistria. What can you tell us about what's going on there right now? A government building was damaged?
Yeah, so this is very preliminary information that we are just getting into CNN. We know that a series of explosions were heard around the Ministry of State Security building in Tiraspol. That's the capital of Transnistria, this sort of separatist statelet within Moldova. Again, we don't have much more information than that, but a correspondent from Russian state news said that they heard these explosions, these powerful booms in that area. Again, we can't draw any conclusions from this at this point, but as you mentioned, some useful context here and why people are thinking of Transnistria at this moment is that the Russian military commander had previously said just days ago that the ultimate goal of Russia is to control not only the eastern part of Ukraine and the Donbass, but also the southern part of Ukraine along the Black Sea, all the way to Moldova, so that Russia could link up with Transnistria, this separatist part of Moldova, which has a large Russian-speaking population there. That obviously is not going over very well with the Moldovans. They had previously summoned the Russian ambassador to explain that they are an independent country, they're a neutral country, and that Russia ought to respect the borders that it and every other country has agreed to respect when it comes to Moldova, Paula.
Yeah, Moldova making very clear that despite the obviously presence of Russian speakers, it is not, in their words, contested territory. Scott, I appreciate you bringing us up to date on the latest there. A lot still going on. Thanks, appreciate it. Now, Russian forces continue to target civilian infrastructure meantime as their assault on eastern Ukraine intensifies, and that includes areas of the country's second largest city, Kharkiv. CNN's Clarissa Ward on the ground there amid the destruction and the buildings now in ruin.
I want to take you around so you can get a feel for the full scale of the damage that was done here when two massive missiles landed in and around this building last month. You can see just out what's left of the window there. That is Freedom Square. And this city has been getting pulverized day in, day out. Just today, we have heard a pretty much constant stream of bombardment since about 4:30 in the morning. Often it goes on all night. And the mayor here says that 25% of the buildings in this city have been hit during strikes. 25%. Just try to get your head around the enormity of that figure. 67 schools have been hit. Look at this. This was once a palatial grand staircase, now completely destroyed. According to authorities, only 10 people were killed here, which is extraordinary, although I've just been talking with one of the soldiers who's in charge of looking after this space, and he says they believe there are many more dead under the rubble. I'm going to show you what some of that rubble looks like over here. People were rescued as well. But going back to those statistics that the mayor gave us, 67 schools, 54 kindergartens, 16 hospitals. That's just here in the city of Kharkiv. You can see the defenses that they had tried to implement to protect themselves from attack. But obviously, sandbags, no match for this. I don't know if you could hear that as well, some bombardment again in the distance. And you can see outside the scale of the devastation. Cars completely scorched. There's actually an office over there to the side that we can't get into easily from this point, which we saw yesterday, where an entire car has literally been thrown into an office by the force of that blast. And what people here fear in this city is that Kharkiv could be the next Mariupol because of the amount of bombardment and the real intensification that we've seen of that bombardment, especially in the last week. Now, I just want cameraman Scotty McWhinney and producer Brent Swales to be a little careful here, but I do want to show you this because it gives you a real feeling for just the enormity of that blast. I mean, absolutely astonishing. It literally took out 6 stories.
Our thanks to Clarissa Ward there. Chilling to think that the victims' bodies are still beneath the rubble and unable to be recovered at this hour. Now, top U.S. officials say they believe Ukraine will win this war with the right support following a high-stakes meeting with the country's president. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv, significant there, in what was called a very productive and engaging session. Both Blinken and Austin spoke with reporters afterward from Poland, and Secretary Austin said the U.S. wants to see Russia's military power diminished going forward.
We don't know how the rest of this war will unfold, but we do know that a sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin's on the scene. And our support for Ukraine going forward will continue. It will continue until we see final success.
We want to see Russia weakened to the degree that it can't do the kinds of things that it has done in invading Ukraine. So it has already lost a lot of military capability and a lot of its troops, quite frankly. And we want to see them not have the capability to very quickly reproduce that capability.
CNN's Nick Robertson now joins us from Brussels with more on how the West is responding to the war. We heard Austin's comments there, very definitive, right? What was less so is what will change about the military support the U.S. and its allies are willing to give Ukraine and the difference it could possibly make in the weeks to come.
Yeah, that's what Lloyd Austin was talking about as well, about what they're trying to bring to the fight for the Ukrainians, that the Ukrainians want, that they can need, that's specific to the changed environment. And that does seem to be the drones that we've heard talked about before, the Switchblade drones, and another type of drone as well that will fly over Russian lines and then attack installations, vehicles. But howitzers, US-made howitzers. And the important thing about the howitzers is not just the equipment itself, but the ammunition. There was a lot of speak from the Secretary of Defense about thousands upon thousands upon thousands of rounds of ammunition. And why is that important? Because the Soviet-era howitzers, these sort of artillery guns that can fire big explosive shells many kilometers over the front lines to target Russian rear military positions, the Ukrainians have been running out of the precise type of ammunition they need, 152 millimeter. And what the US is supplying is 155 millimeter howitzers. So the United States has a huge inventory of ammunition that can be supplied. So this will allow Ukraine to continue in what could be a long semi-static fight for many, many months to come. Certainly will allow them to try to hold on to the positions they've got at the moment. And it's that sense that, you know, looking for something that Ukraine can use over a long period of time and switching out to US-made equipment to help that gives you a sort of strategic view of what's happening here. Retool, re-equip Ukraine so it can fight a long war, one that's potentially going to have static lines.
Yeah, and U.S. officials had made clear that during that meeting they promised it would have been substantive, getting into the kind of detail that you just laid out for us, and I appreciate that. We want to get to the fact that Russia remains under extraordinary sanctions, right, Nick? What do you know about the effort to enforce them? Because many people, me included, know that sanctions are the long game here, right? And it's difficult to make them effective in the short term. But especially within Europe, what are they doing? So much of the Russian wealth is concentrated in Europe.
It is, and passes through Europe, and the business transactions come through here, and the actual physical commodities come through here. You know, we've gotten used to a little bit to seeing these sort of Russian super yachts belonging to the real big oligarchs being taken under government control. But of course, many Russian citizens, particularly those with a lot of cash in the upper echelons of society, buy a lot of luxury items from Europe, and it's those things that are getting impounded now. Thousands upon thousands of luxury handbags. But what we went to see was thousands upon thousands, indeed, $500 million worth of luxury vehicles impounded here in Belgium. And the question, of course, how can you turn these seized assets into money that can actually help Ukraine in its fight? Thousands of luxury vehicles not going to Russia. In this corner of the sprawling lot, 200 top-end Cadillac Escalades, street value in excess of $15 million. The spoils of sanctions literally piling up inside Belgium's megaport Zeebrugge, a new front line in Europe's economic war with Russia, pitting Belgian customs agents against Russia's sanctioned oligarchs.
We have been freezing over 200 billion euros of Russian assets. We have also other luxury goods that are being blocked. Momentarily, there are 2,500 containers being blocked for more investigations. But who actually owns these seized valuables, and can they be sold for money to support Ukraine? It's fast becoming a pressing question, particularly in Europe, feeling the economic pinch of Russia's war. These vehicles aren't Russian-owned yet, but there is plenty of Russian wealth falling under Belgian government control.
There's already 2.7 billion Russian assets that were blocked, were frozen, and then also almost 200 billion transactions that were blocked.
And the goods that have been seized so far, what happens to them? Who owns them?
The transactions, of course, are blocked, and the assets itself are frozen, so they cannot be used anymore. It doesn't mean that they become that the government owns them.
And all these vehicles we're looking at, they all say destination Russia.
Yeah.
In Zeebrugge, shipping terminal boss Mark Adrianson is on the front lines enforcing sanctions. Any vehicle bound for Russia, valued over $55,000, is impounded.
So for the moment we have 8,000 cars started. 8,000 already, yeah.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, although we could get more.
A lot more. He says 120,000 vehicles bound for Russia a year transit his controls. Is already turning some away.
We are not there to store cars, we are there to handle cars and to do added value on cars.
Pressure on Adriansons and Belgium will grow, the war far from over, and trade ties with Russia deep. In the third quarter of last year, Russia was the European Union's largest maritime trading partner, according to EU data, and 1/3 of all those goods coming through ports like this in Belgium and just up the coast in the Netherlands. It could all add up to potentially billions of dollars of goods that could be used to help Ukraine. But turning it into cash requires legal confiscation. Not an easy process. European parliamentarians are being warned by EU justice officials.
To get somebody's property confiscated, we need a crime. We are looking for legal solutions, money laundering, embezzlement, perhaps sanction circumvention.
Until then, seized goods and assets will age, while Ukraine's frontline fighters die for fresh weapons. And this is why we understood from Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense there, that we were hearing from a little earlier, that it's weapons, weapons, Western weapons. That took up a lot of time with their conversations because that's what they need. Zelensky, they said, was very focused and very grateful on everything that is being given so far, but he is thinking about the war coming, and he obviously had requests for other material, military material. The money sitting idle at the moment in Europe, yep. Would he like that? You bet.
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you, Nick, for that incredibly insightful look on how complicated the sanctions issue really is. Appreciate it. Coming up for us, Elon Musk could be on the fast track to acquiring Twitter. Details on the potential agreement and what it could mean for the social media giant. So Twitter is reportedly finalizing a deal to sell the company to Elon Musk. Several news outlets reporting that the purchase could be announced as soon as today. Musk had offered to buy the platform last week after lining up more than $45 billion in financing. Now, he has previously called for changes to the social media giant. I want you to have a look at Twitter shares up on the news, currently up by about 4%. CNN's Rahel Solomon joins me now with more. And a warm welcome to Rahel, our new business correspondent here at CNN. And no lack of news with Twitter and Elon Musk. Fast-moving developments that kind of caught many by surprise, given the fact that, Twitter had said, look, we're not into this deal. What seemed to change in a matter of days?
Hi, Paula. Thank you for the warm welcome. Yeah, it seems like, we know there was a board meeting yesterday, and so a lot of the developments we're learning about today, perhaps a result of that. Also, Twitter essentially found itself at the altar with no other suitor. So suddenly, Elon Musk and his offer seemed a lot more attractive. And part of the reason why, Paula, is this SEC filing where essentially Elon Musk was able to sort of shore up where he would be getting some of the money from. He outlines Wall Street heavyweights like Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. So this sort of legitimized and sort of gave his offer a lot more credibility, perhaps, in the eyes of the board. Also, timing. We know that Twitter reports on Thursday, and so perhaps there is a sense of urgency to move this along before Thursday, especially if those results are underwhelming. But yes, Paula, as you pointed out, it has been an eventful month for Twitter and Elon Musk. Let's go through some of the important dates. So let's start with April 4th. That's when Elon Musk announced his 9.2% stake in the company. The very next day, April 5th, he gets a seat on the board, only to then withdraw his name from the board a few days later. And then April 14th, this is when he announces his 5420 bid to take Twitter private. April 15th, the Twitter board announces a poison pill, essentially just making it more difficult for him to buy the company without the board's cooperation. So, Paula, it has been a very busy month for Twitter, and perhaps the busiest developments or the most significant developments could come in the next few days before Thursday.
Yeah, or hours at the rate we're going. And thanks for bringing us that timeline, because it has been a bit dizzying just to see how this progressed. Now, Musk, it's not going to surprise anyone, was controversial as a Twitter user. He might own the thing in a few weeks. What will he be like as an owner? He's had some incredibly strong views on Twitter itself.
Strong for sure, and some might even say controversial, including some tweets this weekend about Bill Gates, not all of which are suitable for work. But yes, he's a polarizing figure, right? And I think people either love him or they hate him. We do know in terms of what his vision for Twitter would be under an Elon Musk ownership or leadership is he wants to continue to champion free speech or expand free speech. In fact, Paula, he just tweeted 13 minutes ago that I hope that even my worst critics remain on Twitter, because that is what free speech means. He has also said, however, that he wants to defeat the spam bots or die trying. We can all hope.
Yeah, I'm in the defeat category there, as I'm sure all of us would be. Certainly the watch words here, stay tuned. Rahel, I know you're doing just that. Appreciate it, and welcome again to CNN.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Now, coming up for us here, a historic welcome as French President Emmanuel Macron wins a second term in office. We'll look at the implications of his win for Europe and, of course, take a closer look at his diplomatic efforts to try and end Russia's war in Ukraine. Hello and welcome back to One World Live from New York. Officials in Shanghai have reported 51 new deaths from COVID-19, and that pushes the city's total past 130 since the latest outbreak began. Now, to try and contain it, officials have set up fences around some residential areas and businesses to try and enforce the lockdown. But the measures, of course, as you can imagine, have sparked a bigger outcry from residents already reeling from weeks of strict measures. More than 100 people were killed, meantime, at an explosion at an illegal oil refinery in southern Nigeria over the weekend. You see it there, charred vehicles littering the landscape. Unemployment and poverty help drive the dangerous practice in which oil is stolen from pipelines and refined in makeshift tanks. Now, it was a bloody weekend meantime in Sudan's Darfur region. Reuters reports at least 168 people were killed in tribal clashes. That's according to the New York Times. Armed Arab militias in vehicles and on motorbikes stormed through a village in western Darfur, opening fire. From those reports, they even went house to house, killing civilians. CNN's Larry Madowo is live for us from Nairobi, and you've been following all of this. Sadly, Larry, these attacks happen with some regularity, as you know. What seemed to have prompted this latest cycle of violence?
Paula, a lot of aid agencies are saying it seems to have stemmed from a minor altercation between certain people that live in this West Darfur region. At least one other agency has said that because of two people who were killed on Thursday, this is what led to this latest flare-up. And it's difficult to point a wider picture because this is only the latest escalation in a couple of months of just violence that has killed dozens of people since October. There's been rounds and rounds of this violence between these rival communities every time. A lot of this fight is over livestock, it's over land, it's over access to pasture, it's over access to water. And this one is one of the more deadly attacks we've seen in this part of Sudan in recent months, maybe in recent years. And that's saying a lot, considering that the West Darfur region and the wider Darfur region has seen an almost 20-year conflict that has led to the displacement of 2.5 million people, that has killed more than something like 300,000 people, and has led to a war crimes case against the former president of Sudan, Omar al-Bashir. Right now, the UN Transitional Mission in Sudan is calling for an independent investigation. And the Central Committee of Sudan Doctors says this has led to a catastrophic healthcare situation because that agency claims some hospitals were attacked and doctors, medical professionals are unable to attend to those who were injured in this latest attack. And to make even matters worse, Paula, some of these people who were attacked this past weekend were already living in makeshift camps because they were victims of violence from those previous instances.
Yeah, and terrifying to think of those already internally displaced and what they are going through when the violence erupts again. Larry, appreciate the update there for us. World leaders are congratulating Emmanuel Macron after he became the first French president in 2 decades to win re-election. Russian President Vladimir Putin was among those wishing Mr. Macron success following his win over far-right rival Marine Le Pen in Sunday's runoff. Now, President Macron and his allies are setting their sights on parliamentary elections in June. Melissa Bell looks back at the race.
Je ne suis plus le candidat d'un camp, mais le président de toutes et tous.
Emmanuel Macron, a pro-European centrist, is now the first French president to win re-election in 2 decades, winning for a second time against the nationalist Marine Le Pen, this time amid growing support for his opponent's far-right agenda.
And I know that for a number of my compatriots who chose the far right today, the anger and the discord which brought them to vote for her project also merits a response. It will also be my responsibility and the responsibility of those who surround me.
The French president addressing a more polarized France on Sunday after a narrower runoff than in 2017. This time, Macron took less than 60% of the vote. 5 years ago, he took 2/3. The shrinking margin appearing to invigorate Le Pen, who promised supporters on Sunday the game is not completely over.
This result constitutes for our French leaders, as well as for European leaders, the sign of a great defiance from the French people towards them, which they can't ignore.
Le Pen came within 5 percentage points of Macron in the first round of voting 2 weeks ago, narrowly beating the far-left candidate Jean-Luc Mélenchon. As Macron focused on the war in Ukraine, Le Pen seized on the war's economic spillover into Europe, presenting herself as the candidate of the people. She promised tax cuts to combat inflation, targeted those discontented with Macron's economic policies, and espoused an anti-immigrant agenda.
I told you earlier that our borders are sieves. The holes in this sieve are not narrowing, contrary to Macron's claims, but widening.
After Sunday's election, he can breathe a sigh of relief. But with parliamentary elections for his party on the horizon in June, that feeling may not last very long. Melissa Bell, CNN, Paris.
For more on this now, this victory for Macron and the implications for Europe and Russia's war in Ukraine, CNN European Affairs commentator Dominic Thomas joins me now live from Paris. He's also a professor in the Department of European Languages and Transcultural Studies at UCLA. Dominic, it's good to see you and good to have you there in Paris for us. You know, Macron was very conciliatory in his speech, something his opponent was not. What could be different at this point in time from the second mandate that he's won? And while his win was decisive, Le Pen has a point, right? 2 of every 5 French citizens who voted want a right-leaning posture to public policy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Paula. But I mean, of course, Marine Le Pen is looking through the prism of her particular position. The fact is that this election was characterized by historically high abstention rates. And on top of the Marine Le Pen score and the far right score, basically well over 50% of people in the first round voted for the far left or far right political parties. And so they sent a very clear message to Emmanuel Macron that people are not satisfied with the way in which the domestic issues have been going. And I believe he's heard them loud and clear. And if he doesn't start to sort of address these issues, reach across the aisle, going into the legislatives that are coming up in the early month of June, it's going to be very difficult for him to improve his track record domestically. So you see right now the far left and the far right parties essentially jockeying for position as they head into these legislatives in June and hoping to garner some of that momentum that they picked up in this election so that they do well in that and end up sort of better calibrating the balance between the executive and the legislative branch, Paula.
Yeah, and it's good that you set out how crucial, you know, what's at stake in these kinds of legislative elections coming up here. I'm wondering, Dominic, are there lessons here for Europe as well, though, given Le Pen's unapologetic Euroscepticism, her approach to Russia? She says she's not for sanctions, just to give one example. What does Europe take with this, especially when you give the fact that, you know, Orban in Hungary had such a decisive win there?
Yes, so it's obviously the situation in Europe is mixed, but I do think that European leaders breathed a tremendous, huge sigh of relief when they found out that Emmanuel Macron had now officially been re-elected. So the story in Europe over the last 10 or 15 years has been one of distraction by far-right political parties, whether they are in the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, and so on, and has taken away their focus from the real business at hand. And Brexit, of course, was an enormous distraction. The crisis in Ukraine has reinvigorated multilateralism, reunited European powers, and in many ways these far-right political groups and organizations are finding themselves on the wrong side of history, compromised because of their Euroscepticism, their NATO skepticism, and their long-standing relationships with Russia that has provided so much of the oxygen for these groups. So I think it's a good story for Europe. The risk, of course, is as the crisis and the unpredictable nature of the crisis in Ukraine continues to unfold and potentially has short-term and even long-standing or long-term impacts on the economy, that these far-right groups and parties that have also fed on austerity measures and economic downturns and so on and so forth could potentially be reinvigorated if the economies start to struggle. And so that's something that the European Union is going to have to be very attentive to in the months and even the years to come.
Yeah, and certainly Le Pen hit hard, right, in terms of the cost of living in France and all that she says Macron had cost the country and ordinary citizens. I want to move now, though, to the conflict in Ukraine. Macron was fairly active until just a few weeks ago, really, in trying to broker something with Russia and Putin. Does this give him a little bit of breathing room, a little bit more bandwidth? I know we still have these parliamentary elections coming up, just to try and get in there again, even though I have to say he was so candid coming out of those meetings saying that he was not hopeful.
Right. Well, the thing is with Emmanuel Macron is it's really sort of the disconnect is quite remarkable. His international standing and reputation is diametrically opposed to the way in which he is seen domestically. And so he has to be very careful to balance the amount of energy he puts into international relations and diplomacy versus dealing with these very real tensions and high levels of disaffection back home. Emmanuel Macron's diplomacy is really defined by a politics of engagement. We saw him very early on in May 2017 during his first term inviting President Putin to Versailles. Then, of course, in July, famously, he invited President Donald Trump to the July 14th celebrations. Now, these engagements and meetings don't always lead to dramatic shifts in policy. He hasn't always been able to convince people of his transitions, but I do feel that he sees himself right now in the post-Angela Merkel situation, the France having just led, having the presidency of the European Union, that he thinks he has an important role to play. Now, of course, he visited President Putin in Russia back in February. He's already announced that now that he's re-elected, he's going to be in touch with him. So this has not stopped him fighting and pushing back against G8 reincorporation of Russia. But he has also warned some of the allies that to be attentive to the language they use in talking about Putin. And I think he still believes that he can play a role in mitigating the extent of the crisis in Ukraine. And he's clearly going to be running a diplomatic offensive to try and re-engage, if it's even possible, with the Russian leader, Paula.
Yeah, such a good point, Dominic. He's been much more careful about using words like genocide and war crimes. Dominic, again, good to have you there on the ground and appreciate your analysis. And that's it here for us at One World. Thanks for watching. I'm Paula Newton. Marketplace Africa is up next. Stay with CNN.
Welcome back. Now, getting goods in and out of countries can be a tricky business. Delays at points of entry is both time-consuming and expensive. Webfontaine is a company based here in the UAE that specializes in trade. It believes its use of technology and artificial intelligence can benefit many countries on the African continent. We caught up with its CEO.
My name is Alioune Sis. I am the CEO of Webfontaine. We are connecting Africa through digitalization of the trade environment. Africa is a huge continent, and with its large population, it has an immense trade potential. This is a new one, which is missing Egypt. So I'll just move it like this. So we have a project in all these different countries. We are present in Ethiopia, Egypt, and Africa, Central African Republic. We are working on all the spectrum, basically, of trade, starting from pre-import procedures to operations within the ports, movement of goods in the port, customs clearance, and as well transit of goods throughout the country. I think that today we have more than 150,000 people connected to our platform. We've seen between 2018 and 2021 an increase of more than 40% of customs revenue. And you know that customs revenue is quite important in our countries, because it's a large part of the budget of the government. So this is something that we are quite proud of. Connectivity is one of the challenges that we face. The fact that we have to very often connect various offices, locations, customs offices, ministries, banks, private sector to the overall system, this connectivity is an issue. So it's getting better in Africa. Solutions are being found, but we still, in some countries, have to implement a total telecommunication system so that people can work properly. We have to provide generators, provide the electricity so that the IT system works. So all these have to be sorted out. In some countries, our main data room is running 24 hours a day on generators for years because of the lack of stability of the national electricity grid. Another challenge is that is less important in Africa is change management and resistant to change. People are not ready to change the way they've been working for years. So this is somewhere we bring our expertise and we work with governments, work with the private sector to see how we can re-engineer the processes and make things simpler and more effective. By digitalizing documents, you have the ability basically to interconnect different systems. You move the contact between customers, between importers and the trade, which is quite important because it reduces not only delays, but as well there's a reduction in corruption as well. So you don't have this direct contact with the trade. So basically digitalization, but using not only digitalization, using the latest technology that is available. We're talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, things that will help customs and governments to increase their control, but as well importers, the traders, to facilitate the work, speed the process and reduce time of clearance. We've started working in Ethiopia in 2016, where we have implemented a complete customs management system. And it's a landlocked country, so they have a lot of issues, a lot of transit issues, goods arriving from neighboring countries, basically Djibouti, and you have to monitor these goods from Djibouti to Ethiopia. So it's really, there's a lot of interfaces to interface customs administration of different countries using different systems. So all this allowed a very nice increase. We're talking about 30% of increase in customs revenue because we have been able to implement some strict controls. Technology will be able to bring a lot of changes and simplify things, bring confidence between countries to be assured that goods produced in the countries finally arrive at final destination. We have solutions like the certificate of origin. So certificate of origin is something, basically goods produced in Africa should be labeled made in Africa. So you need to use technology to be able to assure that these goods are effectively produced in Africa and going to another country so they don't pay taxes and exemptions. So these are solutions that technology can bring a lot of new things so that trade flows in a smooth way.
For true efficiencies, AI and technology will be vital for trade in the years to come. Hello again. Now, the East African country Uganda is famous the world over for its wonderful wildlife and stunning scenery. Next, we meet a business leader who is determined to make sure that this beautiful land can also be bountiful. Farmland in northern Uganda. Vast acres of space where beautiful fruits and valuable cereal crops thrive. This is where a remarkable Ugandan entrepreneur turned a childhood dream into a reality.
I'm Dr. Julian Adero Mara, CEO and founder of Delight Uganda Limited and Delight Noi Agribusiness.
Her pride and joy is this farm, which sits on 1,700 acres. Mangoes account for 1,000 of those, citrus fruits occupy 150, guavas 200, and forestry trees 50 acres. There's also a nursery with a capacity of 2 million seedlings.
You're most welcome. Let me show you around.
While she is keen to embark on the grand tour of the property, it is instructive to first hear some of her fascinating story.
I saw one day 20 lorries of fresh fruit coming from Nairobi. I said, what am I doing? Why can't I start the farm and I make the juice? I started my business in 1996 with a dream of fresh juice from fresh fruits, locally grown by the community.
Her plan of starting a fruit juice drinks business was hindered by a lack of farming structure and her own lack of money. At the beginning, she had just $100 to her name, but she worked hard to raise the money to fund her business, which is now thriving. As well as producing Cheers, Uganda's most popular fruit drink, she also employs more than 1,000 people and exports to other African countries, including Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Sudan.
Actually, I was motivated by other people who do business, the multi-internationals. And I grew up with a lot of expectation and I said, yes, I can do things better. I can give people employment. I can empower the fellow women. I can be there for others. And I said, yes, I must create a job. I must work with others. That thing of togetherness, working together, creating a difference was in me. And it has helped me really because I've done many, many things. I've touched many, many lives.
Evidence of the high regard she's held in comes when she visits some of the outgrowers she works with. Outgrower schemes are particularly popular in Africa. They provide a system that permits smallholder farms to work with domestic and international buyers. The reception they provide for a woman affectionately known as Mama Cheers is noisy, lively, and seems to be heartfelt.
These are our outgrowers, Whatever we do at the farm, that's what they do. They plant the fruits for long-term income, and they also do the intercrop for quick money. In the culture of Acholi, when you are receiving visitors, the members and friends, they come together to welcome the visitors as a sign of joy that, yes, you're most welcome.
During the course of her professional career, Omala has picked up many awards. She credits much of her success to two women in her life, her grandmother and mother.
My mom told me, believe in yourself, believe in your dream, work hard and struggle. Never sit to rely, to depend on other people. Do whatever comes in your brain, you have to do it. Try, practice, practice.
Making sure that other women receive the same opportunity as her remains central to her business philosophy.
It's a responsibility of me as a woman, as a mother, to ensure that I support the youth and the women to create jobs for themselves by planting the fruits and supplying us. Otherwise, if Ugandans, we are not there for others, who will be there for us? It is us to transform ourselves, our sons and daughters.
Often stuck behind a desk, Omala appears happiest when she is on her farm. Alongside the fruits and crops, she is constructing a farming institution and developing an agro-tourism business. For more than 30 years, Omala has been growing her business. She's excited by the opportunities that could come with a more connected continent.
If we can connect and do business together, and each country brings in the best, what they can contribute, me, I think Africa, we are the richest continent in the world.
A wonderful woman with a zest for life and a key eye for a business opportunity. We'll leave you this month with these beautiful images of the Ugandan countryside. If you want to discover more about the subjects we cover on this program, check out our website. But for now, that's it for this show. Until next time, let's keep on connecting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very windy show from France. Here's what's coming up. French President Emmanuel Macron fends off the far-right challenger Marine Le Pen, but the forces behind her campaign still loom large. I get reactions from former Macron campaign spokesperson Laurence Haïm and the French ambassador in Washington, Philippe Etienne. Then
our focus in the meeting was to talk about those things that would enable us to win the current fight and also build for tomorrow.
American secretaries of defense and state leave Kyiv with promises to do more. And after a month under siege in a Mariupol basement, Ukrainian Alina Beskrovina tells us about her harrowing escape. Plus,
this is something that, I think we're starting to realize officials from every country needs to worry about.
Reporter Ronan Farrow tells Hari Srinivasan about his latest investigation, how democracies spy on their citizens. Welcome to the program, everyone. I'm Christiane Amanpour in Paris. Emmanuel Macron is the first French president in 2 decades to win re-election, comfortably beating his hard right challenger Marine Le Pen in the second round just yesterday. It's a result that reinforces the pro-NATO Western alliance at a crucial time as Putin's war in Ukraine grinds towards a 62nd day. Given Le Pen's ties to and her sympathies with Putin and his worldview, it's probably also no doubt a disappointing result for the Kremlin, but they did release a statement where President Putin congratulated President Macron. And Marine Le Pen has improved on her 2017 second-round performance by around 7 points. There was a very low voter turnout by French standards, and there are parliamentary elections in 6 weeks' time. Indeed, Le Pen herself declared a great victory, a sentiment echoed by her National Rally MEP, Hervé Jouvin. He told me the future is ours. French journalist Laurence Haïm served as Macron's spokesperson during his 2017 presidential campaign, and she's joining me here in Paris. Welcome to the program.
Bonjour, Christiane.
It was a nail-biter for a while. After the first round, we saw the polls moving up, but still people were worried. They saw Brexit, they saw Trump, but he sort of dodged a bullet, right? What does this mean, this victory for France, first of all?
It means that the country has to be united, no matter what you're looking at the result. Because, yes, it's a big result, big success for Macron. Last week we were talking about, is he going to make it? Is it going to be 53 or is it going to be 54? It's 58. So I
Nearly
think,
59.
Exactly. So I think even himself, he's quite happy about the result. And you saw yesterday Brigitte Macron, his wife, who was very moved. Honestly, 59, big success for the French president. And also, he's the first president in 20 years to have been re-elected. However, if you're a journalist and if you're looking in a kind of objective way, you're going to see something quite different about the fracture of the French society.
Right.
You have 41% of people who have voted for Marine Le Pen for the far right, 28% who didn't go to vote. 41 plus 28, it's 60, over 60%. And then you have also people who voted, but who said, we don't want Macron, we don't want Le Pen. And when you added Marine Le Pen voters, plus 28% of people who didn't go to vote, plus people who voted what we called in French nul, meaning no Macron, no Le Pen, you're arriving at a figure of over 70%.
Which means what?
Which means the country is extremely divided. We have parliamentary elections in 6 weeks, and we don't know what's going to happen. Macron has to unite the country, and he knows that. And we're going to see in the following weeks how he's going to try to go to the left side, to go to the right center, because he knows that traditional politics, it's over.
So that's a good thing then. This is a really important time for that kind of unity to be forged.
It has to be united, otherwise it's going to be a disaster. And that's the lesson of the French elections. Usually in France, we're always saying, oh, you know what's happening in America is happening 4 years later in France or 5 years later. Now France might give a lesson to the United States. There's no classical party anymore. It's completely dead. The Socialist Party is under 5%. The classical Republican Party is a disaster. So you have Macron and you have the extremes. And Macron has to recompose the French political society.
Okay, so you were his spokesperson during the 2017 campaign. You spent a lot of time with him. You got to know his style, his professional style, probably a bit of his personal style. What?
As a journalist, I can be critical now.
Yeah, of course you can.
So I'm going to say
what does he need to do? What is his character and how will it help him?
I think he's a lonely person. And I think he trusts one person, his wife. And sometimes when you're working for him, it could have been difficult because he's listening. But you know, we're saying that when you're a politician, it's good to have a counterpower. Yep. And I think with Emmanuel Macron, you can see sometimes his loneliness. He's absolutely convinced that he's the right who is going to make the final decision. He is surrounded, and that's also something which was quite interesting and the French people noticed, he's surrounded by what we call in France technocrats. So there's a kind of contradiction in the Macron character about his ability to bring the civil society to help him, and he's trying, but the inability for the political professional team to work with the civil society. And I think it's going to be the challenge for him. Is he going to surround himself by technocrats, by people who went to school, or is he going to open his mandate to the civil society? And you can see again, poll after polls, when you go to the street, when you speak as you did to the French people, they want something else in politics. Traditional politics doesn't work anymore, and Macron has to find something which is not the populist message, but which is a message open and listening to the civil society.
So, as I said, you know, Marine Le Pen, you saw her concession, non-concession speech. I mean, of course she accepted she had lost, but she did not congratulate him. In fact, she said she had won a great victory and that she was pledging to rally her party to defeat him in the legislative elections. One of her MEPs told me that basically the future is ours. Let's just play what he told me in an interview.
I firmly hope the future is ours, election after election. Marine Le Pen did so well. And now I think there is a new hope for a lot of French citizens to go to better social progress, to go to stand after division, and to go to a peaceful and more friendly France. France is back again.
So, you know, using a Joe Biden comment, I mean, he said France is back again. So I guess what I want to ask you is this. If you say that, you know, Macron has so many challenges, he still won. And this kind of view clearly is not the kind of view of the majority of the French people. Otherwise, they would have voted for Le Pen.
I think when you speak to the French people, they're very worried about the future. Everyone I know is expecting demonstrations in the street in the coming months. Nobody knows if Macron